Welcome to this evening's Mars Anomalies and Beyond podcast. All right, let's get this bad whamma jamma going. What is happening, everybody out there? It's good to be back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's about frickin' time. Oh yeah. I don't know about you folks, but I was like, had to blow the cobwebs off this thing just to find the microphone and everything. It's been that long, at least it feels that long anyway. So what's happening? What's going on? We are, basically, I didn't even, it was going to be really bad because I was like, I told these folks I'd be in here about 2:30-ish, and now we're under heavy thunder and lightning. So I was like, interesting. So, yeah, the joys. Let's see here. Here I am. What's going on? So you can actually hear the thunder clapping in the background here. It's like insane right now. So that's always fun. So, what is going on? Like I said, I get a sip of this. Liquid Kickstart. Oh. Gotta love that sweet tea, Gold Peak. I don't know if you guys like that. That's good, pretty good stuff. Of course, my wife got me the extra sweet, so basically put you in a sugar coma. But yeah, other than that, you're great. So, let me make sure we got audio here. We are good. But yeah, we're under a nasty little thunder, lightning, and rain, and whatever else it can throw at us right now. But because of your generous support, we actually will, even if the power went out, we'd still stay on with you guys. So thank you very much. Support is always welcome and always helps the channel. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a while, and I think I alluded to that about as far as doing videos and stuff like that. I've been busy and stuff. Just to give you guys a real quick rundown, it's, and every one of you folks have ran into this, especially the older folks. A lot of the younger ones do not want to work. Or there's always some excuse they just can't come in, they'll be in later, blah, 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 blah. So the people that are always there, guess what? Yeah, that's right. You get the shaft. So it is what it is. So, hey, it's like I always told my kids, I said, listen, if they drop the hours, pick them up. That's all. So, but it becomes tiresome, especially as you get older. Your body's going, well, first you're going, oh, there's the alarm. Let me get up. Your body's going, are you insane? Go back to bed. And I'm like, you got to be kidding, but rocking and rolling. That's all you can do. In fact, I've been so busy. I was invited, and I'll drop the link to you folks. It'll be underneath this video, this podcast, once we're done. My buddy Billy Carson asked me to come down. He said, I'll fly you down for the first awards for different categories. And one of them is Anomaly Hunters, and there's like several of us. And I think many of you folks have voted, but a lot of you probably haven't. So you can get the vote. I think there's several people on there. I'm going to draw a blank. Martine Graney. What's his name? Hold on. Not sure where I got this piece of wood in my finger. Probably from the pallets earlier. That's always fun. I love that. So like I said, there's several different people in there anyway. And from what I understand, he was telling me, yeah, you're doing really good in the vote, the polls right now. So, obviously you got to keep it up. But he said, I'd like to have you come down. I said, I don't know if I can make it down. He's like, dude, you actually work 7 days a week. I said, might as well. Because even on my days off, believe it or not, I'm literally, perfect example. I had to go to another store. We had a bad lightning storm the other day. Messed up everything, compressor room, the whole 9 yards. And I know a little bit to get the store by, so got everything running up and back again. I'm not even working. And I'm actually, I said, am I getting like tech pay or some kind of pay on the side? Because this is ridiculous. So anyway, so yeah, the joys. You can actually, it raining like hell out right now. Wow. Oh yeah. Good time for a rowboat. So like I said, the joys of working. I don't care to do it. Always been brought up to just basically bust your hump, get it done. So, quick roll call. Mr. Mike Knapp is in there. Hey, he says. Renee Cruz, what's going on, Renee? Good to see you in there. Togai USA, yo, says him. Ricardo Petrazzi, what's going on, my friend? Good to see you in there, as always. Arts and Crafts is in there. Good to see you there, Arts and Crafts. So hi, Chris, and hey all. Wishing you all well. Same right back at you. Hope you're doing well. Alfie Joe Bob's in there. What's going on? Good to see you in there as well. Enrico Dion Viglione, what's happening? This is going to be totally awesome. I can dig it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is pretty sweet. And some of the things, you're going to love this, too, because here's what's funny. One of the topics I'm going to bring up, and you can see it here in the title, Interstellar Signals and all this other stuff. We have talked about this before. It's almost like they're listening to me and they're just bringing this up all of a sudden. But you'll see what I'm talking about. There's actually 2 pages I want to share with you folks that I think is really interesting, and then some footage of a UFO. And actually several. There's I think there's 2 of them, maybe 3, but I think I've seen 2. So, but what's funny about it is every time I turn around, I'll mention something about Mars, like there's definitely H2O, and this is long before they were saying there's a lot more of it. All this other stuff going on. And I'm like, not 2 months later, I'll be damned if they don't come out, oh, by the way, there's H2O, or this, that, and the other. And it's like, come on. People are not stupid here. Come on. Like the InSight lander, first picture, what was it? Blue skies. Not 10 seconds later, put the red filter over it, everything's red. So, they can BS, some people, but not everybody's going to fall for that crap. You folks know that. So, yeah. Gotta love it. John Pollitt's in there. What's going on, John? Says, hi, guys. Mimi Reacts in there. Hello, how are you? Alien Tenno, good to see you in there. Let's see. Robert Tayson. Is it Tasson or Tayson? Am I pronouncing it wrong? Just correct me, Robert, if I'm wrong. Chris, my man, welcome back. No doubt, man. It's been a while. Yeah, you did have good timing, Ricardo. He said, I just walked in the door, put the computer in, and wham! It's like, there it is. Yeah. Is it Acme Broadcast? Is that what that is? Scotland calling. Good evening. Good to hear you over there from Scotland over the big pond. Good to have you in there. Ricardo. Oh, Mike says the same thing. Ricardo, virtually the same. Alusto, what's happening? Good to see you in there. It says hello. Yay. Pete Ferrero's always in the house. Mr. from Buffalo, New York, of course. Kevin Alarcon, what's going on? Hello from Texas Panhandle. Sweet. I don't know if you guys are getting the weather we were getting, but man, it's insane, right? Crazy. Mistreated Bride, what's going on? Good to have you in there as well. Fahim Khan, always in there too. Mistreated Bride says, hi, chat. So glad we finally get a live stream. Yeah, no doubt. Oh, it's not even, it's so much a live stream, it's the breathing. You can actually breathe. It's like, it's just crazy. Marco Zalad, what's going on? So greetings, fellow Earthlings. Oh, yeah. Or would we be the Martians? Ooh. Well, like we talked about plenty of times on here, that, some scientists believe we are the original Martians. And I hate to use that term because you always think, Martian, like this little dude running around. Big eyes and everything else. I always think that's funny. When they think alien, they think the big almond eyes and the gray ones. I think that's funny. Kenneth says, when everything is a machine, the human will come back. Oh, yeah. Too Fast, TJM, what's happening? Good to have you in there. Man, there's a lot of good folks in there. It's good to see everybody back in there. Oh, yeah. Obi-Wan, what's happening? 44 watching. Come hit that like button, guys. Slam it. I say hit it. Hit it good. Chat show some love to Chris. I appreciate that, Mistreated Bride. I hope you're now no longer being mistreated. I hate to hear that. I like that, dog. Well, you kind of like the name, but not like the name, if that's true. Oh, let's see. Mimi Rex, your question was, so what's everybody's opinion about the latest UFO disclosure? I'll be looking to see what else is down here. You God says, well, what's going on? Good to have you there. I run for Ultra. He said the Ultramagnetic Spectrum and Low Intensity Conflict by Captain Paul E. Tyler, Medical Commandant. Okay, Commandant. I'm sorry. U.S. Navy, which is included in a collection entitled Low Intensity Conflict and Modern Tech. Probably technology, but yeah. Let's see. Your Highness, what's going on? Good to have you in there, too. It says, hey now. Glenn Judd, what's happening? Good to have you in here. He says, happy Saturday. Well, it is now. Finally get out of work. And here's the funny part. I was only supposed to work like a couple hours. Yeah. They had this one sale. I don't know how you folks are with, when you go in there and you get these super deals on like things like meats and stuff like that. Well, they had like a hamburger in there. It was like 99 cents a pound. I had to go in there and help these guys out, just bring the stuff out. That's what we're doing, constantly bring it out. The second I put like a couple of trays of it, go on. I'll take 12 of those. I'll take 8 of those. I'll take 4 of those. I'm like, good God, what is going on here? But, great sale. Truth be told, I took 6 of them. Gotta have it. Throw it in the old deep freezer. Mr. Frack Centurion, what's going on? Good to have you in there. Third Eye Open, good to see you in there. Says, greetings, friends. Observe natural evolution. I'm early for once. Well, yeah, it's good to have you in there. I think I was a few minutes late, right, folks? I swear I got a hall pass. Kurt Abanis, what's happening? Oh, yeah, live long and prosper. Metalhead, what's happening? Good to have you in there as well. He says, hey, what's up, everyone? I know, it's funny because you said that, Metalhead, you said the UFO world is in disarray. Here's the thing. There's so much disinfo and a bunch of people trying to ride the coattails of this UFO phenomenon, if you will, that's what it's all about. Everybody's just bandwagoning it. You know, everybody's jumping in. Wait a minute, there's money to be had because there's a big talk about UFOs. So everybody's in on this. Now, are most of these videos even real? Or they, CGI'd, and you folks have seen plenty of these. Look online, there's plenty to be had. I don't know how many I see these little short reels or whatever they have on Facebook. It's a joke. I mean, you can just see the damn, everything just looks weird about it. It just doesn't look right. You can see it's superimposed in the video. I just added to it CGI, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Limey Watcher, good to have you in there as well. I hope you're doing well. Templar, Ralston of Vasey. Good to have you in there. This thing just jumped on me. I love it when it does that. Where'd it go? And here's the weird thing. I just barely moved this thing and it just took off. Rico says, I body slammed the like button. There you go. Slam that. Just don't break it. Is somebody just like throwing down on the button? Beat the crap out of it. Mark Jones, what's happening? Good to see you in there as well. He said, greetings, Chris. India on the way to the moon. Yes, they are. Absolutely. The IRS, I'm sorry. IRSO? Do I have that right? Yeah, I noticed that too, Ricardo. They got the little hot button on the bottom there. It's pretty fun. That's pretty funny. Woo! I just hit it myself. So I just play with the thing, right? The Judge of Levels. I missed the last couple live streams. Great to see you again. The Judge of Levels says, thank you very much. Good to have you in there. Almir, what's happening? Says Space Wars. Yeah, the weird thing is we've been having it since 1978. Of course, now they're calling it something different, like Earth Defense or some weird thing, right? I don't know. They're making it look like they're putting like a new wrapper on something old. It's like, this has been going on for years, folks. This has been since the 1980s. Picture what that looks like now. What they've got out there now. This is the reason why I think a lot of these UFO sightings are just ours. I'm not saying all. Of course not. But you get what I'm saying. The technology is insane. If you have the SR-71 back in the day when it came out in the 50s and, was used in the 1960s, meaning built, blueprinted, and everything else, in the 50s, and wasn't. You can hear that thunder now. In fact, I'll just take the filter off. Watch it. You can hear it still rumbling. You can hear the rain and everything. But yeah, I mean, so you have designed, blueprinted, whatever, put together, used in the 60s, secret spacecraft, declassified in the 80s. So what do you think they got now? Come on, man. They're going to make it faster, better, sleeker, whatever. I mean, different propulsions, so on and so forth. And what you do is you take new propulsions and you put them into drones to see what would happen. Because clearly you don't want to kill a person if you can help it. You remote control it. Tic-tac. Yeah, things like that. So it makes sense to do it in a drone fashion before you do it in a person that has to occupy it. So it just makes sense. So now they come out with these remote control crafts that can bounce around literally like a pinball machine. And they're going, oh my God, it's alien spacecraft. That's not true. Not true at all. Get rid of that hiss. Hiss. Oh, yeah. Mel Gillum, what's going on? He said, yo, Chris, just got the notice. Howdy, amigo. What's going on? Que pasa? Yeah, I mean, everybody's upside down in this UFO crap. I don't know. And like I said, I think it's coming out these fantastic stories, you don't know what to believe anymore, right? Mistreated Bride. I was going to say Blide. That's not good. How's work? Man, it's been such a long time. How's work going? How is your co-workers? People still stealing and stuff? No, that was the other store. This one here is much better. Not too bad now. And, yeah, it's been a while. It's work, I'll tell you that. Some days it's not so bad. And some days you're like, somebody kill me. But, yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Mistreated Bride. ISRO. I knew I had those backwards. But believe it or not, India was the first one with their mom spacecraft, right? To show Mars. At least I think it was 3/4 of it anyway. And all I had to do was just do auto color and auto contrast and, things like that in Photoshop. And it showed a planet that looked a lot like Earth. Now, clearly it's not going to be the same landmass. It's not going to be, because clearly we have a lot of oceans, a different atmosphere, so on and so forth. But there was a lot of colors that resembled Earth. So, and everybody knows the planet is red when the dust is being kicked up. It doesn't mean it's red all the time, but they make it sound like it's completely red 24/7, 365 days a year, and it's clearly not. But that's the way they come off with it, right? Sean Conway, what's happening? He said, good afternoon, Chris, from BC. What's going on, man? Good to have you in there. Alan Snyder's in there. Said, hello, Chris. How's work been? Well, it's been busy as crap, and that's the reason why I haven't really been on, and it's frustrating, because here's the thing. We used to have deliveries like Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays in the other store. Now this one's Tuesdays and Fridays, and I'm like, okay, not a problem. Problem is you can't get anybody to work, so your work, when you're unloading trucks and everything else and putting everything on the shelves, it has to drag out into the next day. So that's where you become extremely pissed off, because you're like, listen, I don't mind going in for a couple hours, straighten up a couple things, bring out any extra stuff we can bring out, and then jet. Well, the problem is it turns out to be an all-day process, and that's what I get frustrated about. I don't care to work. I just wish other people would do. You know what I mean? Mr. Taft Baker's in the house. What's going on, Taft? Good to see you in there. Hope you're well. I wish this thing would get lost. I love the iCloud thing. It keeps saying, do you want to finish this up? I don't care. It's like log back in. I don't care. Ann Spence, good to have you in there as well. Hope you're doing good. Said if it's seen there in Air Force Base, it's likely our technology. I can almost promise you it is. I mean, I remember years ago, like I said, my brother was in the Air Force for 11 years, 12 years, and he used to be an aircraft mechanic, rather. And he was telling me, he'd bring me down there, at the time, this is F-16s and the A-10 Warthogs and all of those and stuff like that. And I'd go over there and take a look at these things. I thought, man, this is wild. This is cool, right? So I asked him, I said, so, have you heard anything about, weird spacecraft? He said, what do you, can you want to elaborate on that? But like I think I told you folks, a lot of you folks, I know this. I said a while back that I said they asked my brother if he wanted to work over at Area 51, and he completely declined it. I went, "Are you insane?" I said the reason why he didn't want to do that is because if he actually married somebody, there's a high divorce rate amongst people in the service who work there. And I said, "Why is that?" He said, "Well, you're not allowed to divulge or talk about your work." I went, "Okay, it's pretty simple. Hey, honey, how was your day?" "It was pretty good. Very productive." "Oh, okay." Or had to beat the tar out of somebody in work. I mean, what else do you say? I get some people probably want to, say, "Honey, you wouldn't believe the things I'm working on right now. It's insane." I mean, I get it. But the thing is, it's like I would have, like, hands down, let's do this. Before he completed the sentence, "Would you like to work at area?" "Yes." "Well, we meant the area dumpster, but okay, if you want to do that." But you know what I'm saying, though, right? I've been all over that. So, of course, his plans were to be get out of the service and go to one of these, airplane places where they can be a mechanic there. And he decided against that. But I'm like, man, that is just crazy. Hudson Crouch, you said, like a rain video for sleeping. Ah. Let's see. Such good vibes in this chat. I mean, this live. Yes, absolutely. Mel Gillum, you said, when I was driving, I made a run across from PhD to San Diego. I was parallel for 60. Wow. For 60 miles. Crazy. Oh, okay, that's where the thing jumped on me here. And you said, that's why I like this channel, more objective. Yeah, I like to keep an open mind on a lot of things. You know that. Some things I go, like flat earth. Please, don't waste my time. Renee V, what's happening? Good to see you. If I haven't said hello to you yet, hello. They have all that is high-tech, but never improved the toasted to be fat. Oh, man. Yeah, just throw it in the fire. It'll be all right. Pete Ferrero, he said, the satellite to collect energy from the sun does an injustice to the Tesla energy method. Mm-hmm. Ricardo, he said, hey, man, don't ever say somebody kill me on live stream. The AI bots, they'll get you. Yeah, well, you never can tell, right? Mike from Denmark. Hey, Chris, greetings from Denmark. What's going on, Mike? Good to have you in there. Robert Prozas, am I pronouncing that correctly or am I wrong on that? Because it's wrong. Let me give you a virtual slap. The Street of Rise says, isn't it odd the U.S. government talks about releasing UFO footage on Earth, but never mentions anything about UFOs on the moon? It almost feels like a distraction, doesn't it? I think everything is. To be honest, and I don't mean like super conspiracy to the max kind of thing. It's like every time you see things about wars, anything about this new virus and everything else, it's like just keep the masses constantly thinking about, oh my God, what about this now? Oh my God, what about that now? Oh my God, the gas prices are going up. This is going crazy. Whatever. And in the meantime, like I said, you got the wizard behind the curtain, pulling all kinds of strings, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and we're not even aware of it. So. Yeah, I think a lot of it is a bunch of crap. And I think when you listen to Greer, when he was talking about how this, basically fake, space invasion or, alien invasion type thing, I think that's what they're doing with our own technology. Like we got these people in our airspace and we don't know what's going on and everything. I think it's ours. But who's going to admit to that? If one country's got this superiority over every other country, and I mean like by leaps and bounds, whether it's the United States, Japan, wherever it may be, who's going to admit to that? Because if they got that now, what are they going to have later? In other words, much better technology. So at some point, they'll be the superpower. So, and I don't believe for a moment that, like the Tic Tac, I don't think that extraterrestrial. I doubt it. These people have been working on this day and night, different projects all the time. These people, that's what their jobs are, just to go in there and literally think up shit. I mean, that's basically in a nutshell. All right, Bill, what do you think? Can you make it faster? Oh, yeah, I think I can. And it's like this area over here is working on different propulsions. This one's working on new skin for a spacecraft. This one's working on something else. I mean, you don't know. It's kind of like the Apollo missions. You know, there was different sections that made different parts of the spacecraft, whether it be communications. The other one's making the landing gear. The other one's designing the lunar buggy to fold up into the lander. I mean, it's just everybody had their own little projects, and then it got thrown together. So how do they know? Renee Cruz, he said, you're talking about, I'm sorry, I accidentally called you. Oh, okay. Oh, thing just jumped at me. Mike, you said you mentioned that a lot of the YouTubers seems to want to cash in on the disclosure hype. Is that your assessment of the latest from Yuri I'm not really sure about the particular subject, so I can't say yay or nay, but it just seems like everybody goes, hey, listen, there's going to be a lot of views on this, so let's talk about UFOs constantly. And there's nothing wrong with that if you have really good footage. But then you have to determine as the viewer, is it faked? Is it real? Like I said, like the footage I'll show you, really interesting, pretty wild. But some of these, they're just weird. Like, and by the way, I know the people that did these videos, and they're straight up older people. I mean, they're not just like, oh, let's put a gag on this. But you'll see what I'm talking about because they literally talk about this in the second part that they have. So it's pretty wild. Let me see what this thing just jumped here again. Mistreated Bride says, yes, I agree. The wizard behind the curtain. Makes you wonder who they are, or it are. Well, here's the thing. To me, it's the people that truly run this planet, like the DOD, the top military that run this planet. Because I don't care who you are, right down to the smallest scale, meaning like simplest scale. Who's top dog in your household? Well, it's going to be the parents. Or just one parent, depending on who's bringing up the children. Right up to your job. Well, there's your coworkers, your manager, your bigger DM, which is district manager. Then you have owners. Okay? So it works up a bigger pyramid even for the world itself. Somebody has to be on top and watching out what's going on. So there could be this round table of, schmucks. I mean, people, when people with supposed brains, and they're controlling everything that's going on and what we can see and what we cannot, which I believe a lot of it is the DOD. So that's what it comes down to. Blue Flash, you said India sent the Chandrayaan, I forgot how they pronounce it. You got to say it quick. 3 to the moon a few days back. Yeah. Now, some of them are doing, I think it's, what other one is doing it? They sent it up, and it's just capsule alone, going around the moon, coming back. A lot of people are doing this now. And, then the next missions will be, with people on it. There'll be astronauts and everything else. Yep, compartmentalization, Mel says, like the Manhattan Project. Exactly, pretty much. Mistreated Bride, your question was, what are your thoughts on Jeremy Cowbell, I call him? I think he's a play like the many that came before and will come after him. I do too. I think he's full of cock-a-poo-poo shit, to be honest with you. But it makes you wonder, is there any truth to it? Is there slightest, or let's say there's a slight truth to any of this, okay? But they're embellishing, and this is how they're making bank. And there's no point in it. For him, doesn't care. So let me just fatten his wallet up here a little bit. And there's nothing wrong with making a little bit of money if you are legit telling the truth. Because I don't buy into a lot of it. It's like, how many times and you guys are just echoing the same thing. I'm going to copy what you just said too. Oh, they tell us this is coming out. There's a new video coming out. It's always crap. It's always night vision, infrared. It's always some kind of really bad photo period, very low res. Happens to be at dusk or dawn. It's never right on the side of a ship or something like that, and it's crystal clear. You never see that. Why? If they're that abundant, Yet most of them are crap. I notice now, I don't know if you folks have seen this, but I see really bad videos, and it's almost like they do it purposely to like downgrade the video itself to like 480 as opposed to 1080. And then it's easier to sneak in something superimposed. The same thing they do with the Martian photos. Think about this a minute. Very low res compared to what they can actually bring back. We're talking high definition 1080p, right up to 4 and 8K. These crafts, meaning, I should say not crafts, but like the Ingenuity helicopter, you got the Perseverance rover. These are capable of 4 and 8K video and pictures, but yet we get garbage back. Why? Let's bring down the quality a little bit for the public. Then we'll put our own filter over it, center it out, put everything orange or reddish. This way here, we can just really distort the truth on these photos. Now, the photos may in fact be real, but it's the overlay of misinformation that's on top. So that's what it comes down to. You know what I mean? I think he's in play. I don't believe everything that he says. Now, like I said, there may be some slight truth to it, but he adds his own details. He blows this thing up. Listen, if he was going to leak out, a certain amount of information, he would have had a terrible car accident already. I promise you he would have. Let's say he wasn't getting the okay from the higher up. He's out of the service now, supposed to have been a serviceman, a CIA, or some 3-letter BS. Let's say he was absolutely legit. Okay, cool. Have no problem with that. He has a gag order. He can't say anything. So are they just throwing him little tidbits and letting him embellish? Maybe desensitize the public? I don't know. I don't know the answer. But I do know he's full of it. Not everything is the truth. We know that. So, you know what I mean? So you can't take everything what he says like, etched in stone. You just can't. Kurt Abanis has said, NGAD, the jet fighter has no rudders, neither elevators. The kind of aircraft was only seen on Star Wars movies. Think about it. That's true. That's true. Renee Cruz said, BMT Subway sandwich and iced tea crisp. No, I do have some tea, but no Subway today. I had something to eat before leaving work, and it was this, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Boar's Head sandwiches and meats and stuff. Absolutely awesome. If you've never had it, and I haven't had it until up to recently, and where I work, they have sandwiches of this fat. And you get you have a free drink. When I say free, I mean it's included in a meal, like a little bag of chips and stuff like that, like something like similar to these guys here, which I took in case I get hungry. But it's like $7.99. Absolutely quality food, though. It's not garbage. So it's like, spend the money there or go to McDonald's and eat garbage. Let's see. Alien Tenor said, if you ever had a UFO experience, I have, then you don't need anyone to tell you so. That's absolutely true. Now, here's where it gets really interesting, Alien Tenor. Picture this a minute. Let's suppose, like you said, you've had some kind of UFO experience. I've seen one back in the day when I was in my teens. Okay, so if somebody came up with something totally whacked out that totally differs from your story, and I'm talking about somebody who's just making this stuff up, you can see through him almost immediately. It's like, somebody who works on cars. They're a master mechanic, ASC certified. Okay, so now they're certified, whatever. And some guy comes over, he starts talking trash about, just to get in the conversation, talking about engines. And he says, whatever, and you can see through him if he's literally legit or not, right? There you go. So, and the same thing applies with anything in life as far as anything you've experienced or you're skilled at. Oliver Klein, what's going on? Good to have you there. Atlantis, the water planet, makes sense. That's true. Oops, they jumped at me here again. Taff, you said Elizondo is full of BS. And he's not talking about banana splits either. The real name is Tara. Yep, Tara. Star Night Killer said that. Yep, absolutely. Mistreated Bride said, do you think our entire planet is ruled by higher beings, aliens? Maybe they have the ability to control our minds, manipulate. I don't know about the mind control thing. I mean, that can happen on a natural basis anyway, right? So the moon can play havoc on you because it does have this pull on our oceans, right? High and low tide and everything else. Well, your body's what? 70%, of water. So it will have some bearing on you. Electromagnetics, anything like that is going to have a bearing on you. Because your body's still electric, pulses and everything else from your nerves to your brain, back and forth. So it will have it'll definitely have a bearing on how you feel, your health and everything else. As far as the higher beings, I think, it's, a lot of people say that we're actually, in talks, or we had this, what's the word I'm looking for, relationship with other beings for years now. And that, it's like they're working together to try to steer the planet so that we don't basically kill ourselves off. Now, is that true? No way to vet it. So when people on other channels go, yeah, this is the truth, this is it. There's no way to know that. Not unless you were in that situation, you can't say that. You can't BS the people. They got to have, it's like myself, you got to have an open mind, but to a certain degree. You know what I mean? You can't just swallow every pill they give you. So what I try to do is try to keep an open mind, and then I'll do my own research. I'll go, wow, that's interesting. I never knew that, but let me check it out. And if it's BS, then you go, okay. But you don't just swallow and go, yeah, well, this guy said so, so therefore. I try to keep an open mind, and I keep telling everybody here and on my channels to, come to your own decision. And that's what it's all about. And you can do your own homework to either yay or nay it. So like when we do videos and I give you the photo and the link to it, because you always get the link, then what I'll do is I'll say, get the photo yourself. If you have any enhancement software, do it yourself. Pull the stuff out yourself. So you're either going to say, wow, it's true, it's right there. But you may have a different opinion about what it looks like or what it could be. Now, we can never say absolutely 100% because we don't know. There's no way to vet it. We can't go up there. We can't handle it. We can't, smell it. We can't, whatever. We can. So there's no way to vet any of that, We can only speculate. That's pretty much it. Taff, he said, great conversation, Chris. Oh, yeah. It's going to get a little better, too. Don't worry about that. Star Night Killer says, Corbell is full of BS for sure. Yeah. Enema de Loop, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Have you heard about Ganymede hypothesis? Vaguely. I do know that Ganymede also had a civilization on it. I've done a video about that. It was, I wouldn't say it went super viral, but it had a few hits on it. Let's just put it that way. And the way that you would get this photo, it's more of a 2D. You don't see any depth into the photo, and that's the key to it, right? So when you bring in depth, you can see a lot of plateaus, what look like structures, everything else on them, right? You can see a range of things on that moon. It's crazy stuff. And I don't think for a moment that this solar system was obviously inhabited at one point. In other words, it could have been almost all the planets in the solar system. The difference is people will say, well, that's a bunch of crap because, we have gaseous planets. We have this planet. Okay, I get it. Cold planet, hot planet. It's the same thing, like I said before. You can make your own habitat. People that work in Antarctica. You don't think it's cold there, but yet they're inside a building, so on and so forth. Now, when you say, well, wait a minute, the planet over there, you can't breathe. It's mostly made up of carbon. Well, we've already, converted carbon to oxygen. So being high tech, this should be a piece of cake for you. Or your body itself is made to breathe in more carbon than oxygen or an equal amount. Who knows? Life will adapt. It's just that simple. Ricardo, you said I had the most amazing meatball set from little no-name shop just off Times Square in New York City in 2002. Was just fantastic and was a foot long and fat. Yeah, that's the one you want. It's just like packed full of, all kinds of goodness. Mel, you said Boar's Head is awesome. I used it to pick up at Boarhead Meats in Brooklyn. Yeah, good stuff. Kenneth, he said, the question was, are we alone? There's a reason why this question is so intriguing. It defines how we see ourselves. Finding life would greatly alter our worldview and our place in the cosmos. Absolutely. So the question stands, why is the powers that be want to stifle that? What's the point? I would rather, I guess in some ways it depends on how you look at it. Like me, you would feel like awesome. And you already pretty much know if you've been following along or you're doing your own homework, and you know that there was at least some civilization living on the moon. There was one on Mars, more than one of the planets in our solar system, comets and asteroids. We're visiting these things for a reason. So, when you stop and think about it, if the powers that be said, why don't we go ahead and tell the public this? Here's the problem. Wait a minute. Is our, government weak? Could these alien civilizations destroy us at will? Would that destabilize our social beings the way we are? Would it have an adverse reaction? Would people just start freaking out? Would it bring us together? See, this is the questions. So do they figure we'll just go ahead and say no, there is no other civilizations, therefore you just stay in the little, ball that you are, and you're the only one ever in any star or any planet in this universe, this vast universe. So, yeah. Ricardo said, I'm on the fence with Dr. Greer, but he does do everything he does for no income. Well, see, that's the thing. I believe a lot of what he's saying is real as well. I'm not so sure about I don't know, what do you call it, Close Encounter 5 or whatever he calls some kind of Contact 5 or some weird thing. I don't know if that's true. Now, I've never been in one of these sit-ins, so I don't know. But he claims that you can just summon them just by like an ESP type thing and so on and so forth. And I've also heard you can do it like more of a physical. You can just like hit a green laser up in the sky and you can attract them. Is that true? I don't know. He seems to be legit. But you can almost see a little bit of embellishment on that too. Just listen to the way he does it. But I think he's for the real deal. He's already been to Congress just recently, trying to, get the truth to come out. Talking to Congress saying, listen, we need to get this out. We need to do this. And they're bringing up all of these people who are ex-military, airline pilots, all these people that have some kind of, they're not just phony people. They're legit people. So, and they're saying, yeah, this has been hidden from the public, so on and so forth. And I think we should bring this out. So he's basically putting a squeeze on their neck, trying to get them to, okay, you powers that be, whether it be NASA, JPL, whoever's affiliated with all this around the world, you need to step up. You know what I mean? Stop BSing the public. Just let them know. I don't think it's going to freak them out. As long as you tell them, yeah, there is another alien civilization that once was, and they were very friendly. Because people are going to go, Independence Day. They're all going to kill us. We're all dead. That's not what that means. Maggie Bolin, hello from the Baltic Sea. What's going on, Maggie? Good to see you in there. Enema, you said, have you heard the Event Horizon podcast, and what do you think about it? I haven't, to be truthful with you. I don't think I have. So I can't say yay or nay. Steve Garnham, what's going on? I just noticed that Alien Tenor was saying something to you. I didn't know you jumped in there. What's going on? Good to have you in there. Mistreated bride, you said people who believe that can't be helped. Yeah, that's true. Mistreated bride, you said, I have parents fight a lot, move back in for a few months. Dad's kind of attitude and always complaining and arguing. Yeah, it happens, unfortunately. Just wish everybody can just get along. Everything would be just fine. Mel, you said our personalities and psyches are diverse enough that we, as the human race, will always be reaching for the impossible. Some are happy to exist. The ability to see beyond our means drives us. Well, it's true. I mean, I don't know about you folks, but I mean, I'm that kind of person. Just love to know, man. Just inquiring minds want to know. Tell me more. If they say, well, we're going to bring you to this, underground base, and what we're about to show you is going to freak you out. Okay. What are we looking at? Well, can you imagine just walking into this huge, like, cavernous area, and it was built literally underground by us, meaning not some kind of alien, and they have this huge spacecraft in there. So as soon as they turn the lights on, you instantly crap yourself, going, okay, now I'm a little nervous. But the thing is, it's like, show me. I can change my shorts. Show me what's up. I want to see. So, and I think everybody here wants to know. I mean, you want to know. And listen, I can tell you right now, just from my research, we're part of something much larger. There's no way around it. Now, some people want to stay in that little box and believe, no, we're the end all be all. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. That's your opinion. What I have a problem with it, I'm going, expand your mind. I'm not saying, again, believe and be gullible. I'm saying, just do the research. My God, man, we're not alone by any stretch and never been alone. And I said, honestly, I think we are too stupid as a public to even care to get freaked out. Yeah, it's almost like to be going, that's great, the UFO. Okay, anyway, back to my sitcoms. I mean, like, some people just are totally oblivious or choose to be that way. It's one thing if you go, I'd really like to know, and you'll never find out. But the people that just go, who cares? I mean, whatever. I'm like, okay. I like to think my life, is part of something much larger, and I believe that it is. Just again, just based on our research, but just what our bodies are made up of, it's all through the universe. So how can we be special? We're part of something much larger, and I'm gauging this on what we see in these photos between, like I said, the moon, Mars, other planets in our solar system, our other moons in our solar systems. Other bodies hurling through space, asteroids and comets. I mean, it just literally goes on. There's no way that we're alone. And when I had done that video about 67p, and somebody had asked us too, or made a statement saying, how do we know, and I agree with this, I've said this myself, how do we know that that's not the way they built their spacecraft? They just literally went to this rock, built into it. Maybe they have the technology just cut through stone quickly and whatever else. We don't know, right? Or this thing was orbiting their planet at one time, like a couple of these rocks and they almost like a moon. They literally burrow into this thing, build it like a spacecraft or some kind of arc, if you will, or something. Just again, pure speculation. But how do you know that they're not building this and they got their own propulsion? You'll never see it. It's kind of like, anti-gravitics or whatever. And it's literally camouflage like a rock hurling through space, but yet it's a civilization living in it. Or it's manned or, intelligently manned. And it just goes through space and it just, studies, solar systems and everything. How do we know? There's no way to vet that either. But on the other side of the token, you're just like, well, why do you have to build an actual metal spacecraft to go out in space when you can just build into rock? It's going to be a lot better for radiation. It won't penetrate that rock as much because maybe it is like all rock on top, but underneath that skin, is actually more, high tech, if you will. So it makes more sense. No radiation. You can get bombarded by a rock and it'd be impervious to some small rocks hitting it. Compared to a spacecraft we'd build. I mean, the list goes on. There's benefits to it. I mean, everybody believes that spaceship's got to have a point on it. It's got to be just like a rocket. How do we know that? For us, our technology is the way to go. And they say, well, you can go through space because, being a pointed rocket, you can cut through the air. But if it's anti-gravitics and you're not trying to go, 7 miles per second to break away Earth's, gravitational pull, how do you know you have to worry about that in another civilization that builds crafts? We don't know that. We don't know that. We make the assumption they should be a lot like us. It works. The numbers work for us. Okay. Maybe they surpass that. Maybe they're much more efficient. I don't know. Miss Rita Bride, you said, what are your thoughts on a lunar wave and thoughts about underground alien bases under mountains? Underground alien bases, I believe, is a possibility, okay? I believe there may be civilizations living in our deepest oceans. Now, we've been to the Marianas Trench, and I think there's one other place, is it near Japan or China that's deepest too? But they keep saying it's a good possibility they may be under our feet, and we don't know that. The lunar wave was garbage. In fact, when I first saw, who the heck was that? Who had it on there first, guys? I'm drawing a blank on his name. But anyway, he started off with his lunar wave, and I was like, oh, wow, there's maybe something to that. And in fact, I was kind of on board with that. And then as I did more research, it just ended up being like, engine wash from jets. So you'll see like a plane fly across the moon, but then the person will start recording after that. So it looks like this weird wave going up and down the moon, when it's clearly not. It's wash from an engine. It's basically exhaust. And what it does is, it's kind of like when you see heat coming off a sidewalk in the summertime. You can see it's all wavy and everything else. It's kind of similar, but not the same. I think it was Crow 777 who was done that originally. And then he started saying, well, it's a complete hologram. Okay, I had respect for him up to that point. Then I went, I'm good. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, because it was weird how you would catch that. In fact, there was a guy, and I don't remember what his name is now. In fact, I put it on my video that I had done about the lunar wave. And what this guy does, he loves everything about aviation, right? So he has jets, engine props, Cessnas and all this other small planes, larger planes, whatever it may be. And he literally took it, and you can see a plane taking off, going into, and you can see the sun in the background. You see it like get all wavy and everything else. I'm going, you time that just right, something going directly across, and you'll see that wave go up and down on it. It's, you'd have to see it. Just look for, like aviation channels or something, or like plane going across the moon or the sun or whatever, and you'll see that. It's just crazy. Taff, you said Greer is wrong about that. No bad ET for sure. Now, see, I would have to believe in every civilization there's good and bad, right? Now, is it possible there's a whole civilization that's good? In other words, they surpassed all this warring, got past all of that, okay? And, they're long past that, but then they run into another civilization that's completely bad. They're just into, we're going to annihilate your planet and take everything, your resources. Sure, I guess there could be something like that. But I would have to think, and I've said this before, I'd have to think that if there was a bad race of a civilization, that they would have found us already and completely enslaved us or annihilated us. One of the two. I can't see them annihilating us because here's the thing. People go, well, you don't know if they're going to want to take our planet and whatever else. If they can breathe on it, sure. What would be the point? It's like you saying, well, I'm going to go take over a planet that's, like I said, the composition of air is all wrong. Because now it takes a lot more for you to build a habitat for yourself in order to live. So you go, okay, would it be worth it or would it not? Let's see. Now, like Mars, they want to build a colony on there. And it's very doable. There's oxygen on there. There's more oxygen than what they're stating. There's blue sky. When they say, well, you have twisters and tornadoes and whatever, windstorms and everything else. Yeah, they're 300 mile an hour. These little funnels are like 60 miles an hour here. So, yeah, it's a breeze. But, it might rock your car a little bit, but that's about it. Deadly? No, probably not. So, we could do it with ease. And like I said, we've already converted carbon into oxygen. So, it's very doable. Some things, when you talk about it, you go, So I would have to think if there were a really, really bad civilization out there, you would have to think they would have done something with us by now. Or, you know what I mean? It's something. But I don't know. It's really a good question because, like I said, Dan, you would have to think not every one of them is like just a great civilization. But you would think any civilization that learned and gone through growing pains in their civilization, that warring and everything else, and finally they said, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we just all get along and just be a civilization instead of being you're different from me and so on and so forth? And they just recognize each other as a whole civilization and moved forward. That would make sense to me, folks. But what do I know? Oliver Klein, you said, found it interesting that Gary McKinnon is back posting stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, I love the idea that he did what he did to begin with. Now, I don't know if that was 100% true, but he claims he actually did that and saw this off-world, team, military team or whatever, and these spaceships and everything else. I'd love to have a long talk with him. That'd be great. Steamboat Storms, a greeting from planet, is it or IT? Stephen Gardner, he said, Oliver was it Zeta Reticula. Mark Jones, you said, whatever UFOs are, they sure aren't running on gas. That's a fact. Yeah, he did, Ricardo. Yep. Gary found the original off-planet ships, names list, and crew manifest. I'd love to get my hands on that. That'd be sweet. All right. So, I'm just looking at what you guys are talking about just now. That's funny. Who was just saying that? Alien Tenor, said, Chris, aliens have made a move on us. He's called Biden. Did you say idiots or aliens? Yeah. Yep. Okay. So let's get into this. This is interesting. I've been saying this. Remember we were talking about the FRBs, the fast radio burst. And I've said this before many a times. What if these FRBs are some kind of galactic newspaper or galactic news period? And that you can simply, if you have the receiver, to just take this light in and this computer just downloads it all for you. So it's basically what's going on everywhere in the universe because you see flashes from all over the universe. Is that a possibility that that's true? Is it a communication, some kind of, like I said, galactic newspaper type thing or news feed? Pure speculation, right? But this is what I find interesting. Astronomers scan the skies for nanosecond pulses of light from what? Interstellar civilizations. Imagine that. So it almost makes you wonder. Now, this is July 8th, 2023, so this is not an old article. And it says in 2015, Russian-Israeli billionaire Yuri Milner and his nonprofit organization Breakthrough Initiatives launched the largest search for extraterrestrial intelligence, a SETI project. Known as Breakthrough Listen, this SETI effort relies on the most powerful radio telescopes in the world and advanced analytics to search for potential evidence of technological activity, a.k.a. technosignatures. The 10-year project will survey the 1 million stars closest to Earth. Keep in mind, 1 million stars, or suns, right? The center of our galaxy, the entire galactic plane, and the 100 galaxies closest to the Milky Way. In 2018, they partnered with the Very Energetic Radiation Imaging Telescope Array System, or VERITAS, I guess it's called, collaboration, a ground-based system of gamma-ray telescopes operating at the Fred Lawrence Whipple Observatory, or the FLWO, atop Mount Hopkins in South Africa. Now, South Africa, that's next to the equatorial region, so therefore what? If you're on a mountain, less pollution, more clarity, so on and so forth, and you get a lot of the terrestrial noise, like radio signals and everything else. They're usually lower, and you can actually, get less noise while you're listening out in space for different frequencies or whatever. So in a recent paper, the Veritas collaboration shared the results of the first year of their research, or their search rather, for optical technosignatures from 2019 to 2020. The results are a vital proof of concept demonstrating how future searches for extraterrestrial civilizations can incorporate optical pulses into their technosignature catalog. Interesting. Imagine that. Let me see, what are you guys saying? Ricardo, he said FRBs, the Megatron stars producing these radio bursts could be getting manipulated to send out bursts with a signal laid on it to just like using an FM carrier wave. That's true. I mean, it's a good possibility, right? But I just think it's interesting because we talk about this many a times, and I said, how do we know it's not a communications? Because like I said, that the guy, and I always forget his name, but from the one from the original SETI, where he's like, oh yeah, there's an FRB over there, 400 million light years away, and this one here is like, 260 light years away, and this one's, it's just kind of weird how they're all over the place. Okay. Do signals like cell towers and just signals from CB radios or ham radios, are they all in one little area, or are they spread about? I mean, and now this is a lot more larger, model, so to speak, where it's all over the universe. Why is this hard to understand? Why is this like, out of the realm of possibilities? The Veritas collaboration is an international effort that includes researchers from the FLWO, the Harvard Smithsonian Center of Astrophysics, or CFA, the Arthur B. McDonald Canadian Astroparticle Physical Research Institute. Yeah, anyway. It's like Research Center, the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, and the multiple universities and research institutes. The paper that describes their findings, titled "A Veritas Breakthrough Listen Search for Optical Technosignatures," was recently accepted for publication in the Astronomical Journal, right? So you can see it right here. View of the FLO base camp and the Veritas array, and you can see that. Pretty interesting. And you can read this anyway. It's pretty wild. Well, what's it say here? While radio technosignatures have been traditionally looked for, we don't know which wave. We talked about this too. We don't know which wave band the signal will come from, or whether it'll be pulsed or steady. So it makes sense to search in as many different ways as possible, meaning light, different frequencies, whatever it may be. It could be light and infrared. It could be light and whatever. We don't know. This is the reason why I say when these people go, just, we look for it, there's nothing out there. Whatever. And there's another one I'll get to. It's pretty wild. The technosignature that we are looking for, a pulse laser, can, in principle, be easily detected and transmitted over a distance of 1,000 light years using current technology. Veritas itself allows us to search for these pulsed lasers using some of the largest telescopes on the planet, right? So it just, like I said, and I've been talking about this for the longest time. It's like they're listening to it and they're going, hey, that's a good possibility. Now, this is the Green Banks Observatory right here in West Virginia. I'm still like to go down there. And this is Robert C. Byrd Green Bank Telescope, by the way. This is just wild because this thing is huge. It's one of the biggest in the world, well, except for like what just China built and stuff like that. But really cool. Let's see. Russell Romig, what's going on? Good to see you there. The question was, do FRBs follow the law of speed of light, or do we hear them as they happen? I am confused as how that works if we hear them instantly as they happen. Well, they won't be instant because obviously it's light years away, right? So if it's 1,000 light years, you heard something from 1,000 years ago. So now light and sound or radio waves will be different, right? So it depends. To me, I think, if you got quantum communications and much more, a flash of light, it depends on how far it is away. So if it's 260 light years away, you just got a communication from 260 years ago, right? So, and so on and so forth. Depends on the distance. So when you think about that, if it's radio waves, that's different. Okay, how long did it take? We take the speed of, radio waves, depending on what they are. Is it frequency modulation? Is it AM modulation? Is it, how fast does it travel? Does it fade? Like, AM modulation go further, depending on your atmosphere on our planet anyway, than FM signals. The list goes on and on and on. Now, light is different. You can get a lot more information in light. So this is the reason why I was saying before, FRBs could be communication throughout the universe. And now it's funny how we have this article here stating this very thing. So I don't know why it's, people do, it can't be, there's no way. There's absolutely a way. Let me see. I thought they were going to talk about the Fermi paradox, but they're saying Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope, or the FRGST, and the Large, Area Telescope, or the LAT collaboration, which is Fermi as a partner due to the large collection area and greater sensitivity to gamma rays. In fact, Veritas segmented mirror telescopes, similar to the James Webb Space Telescopes, primary mirror, which you've seen that. It's a bunch of mirrors, and of course they're focused. I don't know if it's a prime focus, but it's like focused perfectly to obviously focus. When they first went out in space and they put it, I think, what is it? Was it 100,000 miles away from Earth? I forgot what it is now. Maybe you guys can tell me, refresh my memory. But when they did that, then they had to do literally, calibrate all these mirrors and everything to get it perfect. Have the highest sensitivity to any telescopes in a very high energy, or the VHE band, with a maximum sensitivity of 100 gig electron volts, or GeV, to 10 tera electron volts, or TeV. So, but it's just crazy, man. It's just wild when you think about they're searching harder and harder and harder, because here's the thing. If you got one signal, only one, that's all it takes. And you go, okay, clearly it's not terrestrial. It's something here, not on this planet. If it's not here, then what is it? And if it's at all got any information on it, then, you know what I mean? It's just, it depends on the actual signal coming in. So was there any, was it intelligible? Was it music? Was it some kind of talking? Was it some kind of just weird sounds? The list goes on, right? Somebody said that Jean Ward was in there. Is Jean Ward in there? Did I skip over him? And Michelle, is they in there? If you are, welcome aboard. Good to have you in there as always. There he is. It says, good evening from Michelle and I. Good evening to the both of you. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's pretty wild, Taff. You said Gary McKinnon answered me in Welsh. Interesting. You guys are talking about Biden and stuff like that. That's funny. Taff says Biden isn't biting. You see that video where he's always just like he's pulling on his face or something? It's like elastic or something. Pretty funny. Crazy. Marco Zalad, you said, Loeb, we need to see the results from the 3 labs which have received the metal artifacts he recovered. That would be interesting. Yeah, Jean, it's okay. I'm glad to see you there, brother. I said, hi, Chris. Got in a bit late. Good to have you in there, as always. You know that. So, now we're going to jump onto this one here. This is where it gets more interesting. Alien planet outside our solar system is sending repeating radio signals towards Earth, scientists say. Now, from what I understand, again, we're talking about just a burst of light, I think it was, or a signal, and it was like 1.1 gig, okay? In a major breakthrough for the search for extraterrestrial life, scientists have detected repeating radio signals from an Earth-like planet outside our solar system. Now, again, we have to take this at face. We don't know how good this is the Space Academy. Again, now, I'm not saying it could not be true, but you know how it goes, right? You just have to do some more research. The signals which were detected by a Breakthrough Listen project are coming from a planet called YZ Ceti, I guess it is, a Ceti, which is located about 130 light years from Earth. The discovery of these signals is a major step forward in the search for alien life. It is the first time that scientists have detected repeating radio signals from Earth-like planet. The signals are also very strong, which suggests they could be coming from an intelligent civilization. Okay? Now, they had repeating ones before, right? But they'd end up being some kind of nebula or some kind of explosion of a dying star or whatever it may be, right? But to have repeating, you know what I mean? Repeating, and if it's a certain time intervals and everything else, well, that makes a difference, right? The Breakthrough Listen Project. The Breakthrough Listen Project is a global effort to search for extraterrestrial life using radio telescopes. The project is funded by the Breakthrough Initiatives, a foundation established by Yuri Milner, Stephen Hawking, and Mark Zuckerberg, which I think is really interesting. Mark Zuckerberg, okay. The Breakthrough Listen Project has been using a variety of radio telescopes to search for extraterrestrial life. In 2017, the project announced the discovery of a set of repeating radio signals from a star called KIC 846-2852. These signals were dubbed the WOW signals, you guys heard of that, because of their significance. However, the WOW signals were never repeated, which I think they're full of it because they were repeating at one point. This is the reason why they were like, oh, wow. And it wasn't many times. I think it was like once or twice, but they had that WOW signal. Remember they did they had it written on a piece of paper and it said wow because it's the way he broke it down, whatever. But however, the WOW signals were not repeated. The discovery of the signals from YZ Ceti or CD, whatever it is more significant because they are coming from an Earth-like planet. The planet YZ, we'll call it. YZ is a small, cool star that is located about 130 light years from Earth. The star is about 10% of the mass of the sun and has a surface temperature of about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. YZ has one known planet, which is called YZ Ceti B. YZ Ceti is an Earth-like planet that is about the same size as Earth and has a similar composition. The planet orbits its star every 3.6 days and is located in an habitable zone of its star, which means that it could be potentially support liquid water on its surface. The radio signals. Radio signals from YZ were detected by the Green Bank Telescope, which is, like I said, down here, West Virginia. The signals were detected at a frequency of 1.1 gigahertz, and it lasted about, get this, 1 millisecond. Again, it's this flash or this quick signal of whatever. So are they starting to see these FRBs? Are they coming from different planets? And are they from civilizations and not just some planet crashing into another planet or a star being born or some kind of nebula? Or is it possible that they're starting to see this now and they go, how can we break this down? How can we receive these signals? Are they decrypted? So on and so forth. This is what they'll have to figure out. The signals were detected in 2022, but they were not announced until 2023. The scientists who detected the signals wanted to make sure that they were not coming from natural source because they announced before they announced their discovery, right? The implications of the discovery. The discovery of the radio signals from YZ is a major step forward in the search for extraterrestrial life. It is the first time that the scientists have detected repeating radio signals from an Earth-like planet. The signals are also very strong, which suggests that they are coming from an intelligent civilization. If it's not coming from some space, meaning an area between stars or planets, then, you know what I mean? If it's not coming from that space in it, then it may be actually intelligent. We don't know for sure. But if it's just coming out from some void out in space and it just happens to be something way in the background and they're getting these signals from it, that could be anything. That could be completely natural, meaning something that's happening in the cosmos, right? Now, let's see. Bain, you said your question was, did NASA detect signals from ET? Well, there's probably other programs that do it there for them, or they already have. You know they have, right? Even if they didn't detect it, they know there was other life out there because they've been to the moon, they've been to Mars, they've been to, and there's other space agencies that have been to other comets and, asteroids and so on and so forth. So we're pretty much in the know. Of course, the public is on a need-to-know basis, so you don't need to know, so you won't know. So you know how that goes. Tom Siracusa, astronauts are Winnebagos of the universe. As funny as that sounds, it may be. Ricardo, YZ, yeah, I know. Yep, YZ sounds like a motorcycle, pretty much. Renee said James Webb Space Telescope found the Big Bang. Well, here's the problem, though. The Big Bang has now been repeated. That's what's funny. And we've talked about this a while back, where they're starting to see these things are just random acts. So, this rewrites everything, doesn't it? They found there was another Big Bang somewhere in the universe, and it happened already. So it's like, okay, so this is a random thing. So, like Stephen Hawking said, maybe the universe was just always there and didn't start off with the Big Bang. Interesting. And Sean Ward, yep. Brookings Report, yep. It's the big shh. These people, I don't think they can handle the truth. I mean, like I said, when Stephen Hawking said that, he said maybe the universe has always been. How do we know? It probably was. But now everybody goes back to, well, there has to be a beginning. Okay. Okay. Well, you ever know that? They said, well, it's the Big Bang. We can tell because of the red drift. We can tell the way the planets are pulling away in every direction. Okay. Again, it's like throwing a small pebble into a lake. You got the waves going outward. Makes sense. But we may have been one of those bangs. That doesn't mean it's the only one. This would make sense when I said to you folks before, remember we talked about this, where I said, if you have a Big Bang, again, it's like throwing a pebble in there, and you know, all of those ripples in the water are actually planets going outward. Think about that. But if I was to drop another pebble in there, you'd have intersecting waves, right? And if you do, this would explain why we have solar systems crashing into other solar systems, because if there's only one bang, then it would only just go outward and that's it. And each planet that was close to each other, as it goes out in the wave, it gets further and further apart. So they're more spaced apart as they go out in the earliest wave or the furthest wave. So what would cause other planets to crash into others? Well, there might have been more than one bang, other universes or whatever created, and this is the reason why you have these things crashing into each other. There's more than one bang. Yes, Eric Blair. Yep, good to see you in there, brother. You said then there is a quantum theory suggesting multi-universe, and I think that's more spot on. Exactly, Ricardo. I'm saying the same thing. So why does there have to be a beginning? The concept of time is a human one. Exactly right. How do we know? And well, you know, this is what I find amusing. You know, we're out there with the James Webb and we get the Hubble and everything. We're trying to see, you know, the beginning of time. Good luck with that. You're never going to find it. I promise you it's endless. Do I know that for sure? No. But I can almost promise you that they're not going to find the end. Here's what they're going to see. As they look furthest out, which would be the beginning of the bang, okay, the planets are going to be so scattered apart. They're going to say, we found the end, by the way. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean squat. They could be further and just separate apart. You may find almost the beginning, but then do you run into another multiverse? Do you run into another universe? I think it's endless. This is why, wow, when you look at these photos, just go to Google and just say, you know, high definition photos of the universe. And you'll see one and it shows like this one area, and they had that one, what was it, I forget how many gigapixels this was, super high def, the whole 9 yards, And they said that this basically is a pebble on a beach view. Are you insane? Do you understand how large that is? Come on. Yeah, we're the only ones in the universe. Don't worry. You're special. Not going to happen. I promise. Oliver Klein said there was a big bang before the big bang. There was a bigger bang than the other bang. Everybody likes a good bang. Oh, but you get what I'm saying. You know, if that's true, which I believe it is, there's more. They're just a random act of exploding energy, particles, whatever. It's random. You know, sometimes you can try so hard to think that you can stumble, have a brain fart. You know what I mean? And I think that these people are trying to be so smart that they're just overlooking simply obvious stuff. Like, maybe the universe always was. Well, it can't be. There has to be a beginning to everything. How do you know that? At some point, maybe it was. And here's the thing. I've always said that like kind of like a joke. If you could like close your eyes and act like you were like a Superman or super person, you can fly. And you just kept flying through space. There's no end. It's not like you can close your eyes in your own house, apartment, flat, whatever you guys call it, where you can walk. There's a limitation where you can walk. You'll walk into a wall. You'll walk into furniture. Maybe you'll fall over your cat or your dog. You're going to see a limitation. When you're in your car, you're encased in steel and glass. There's a limitation. But if you were to just fly out there and just keep flying, there is no stopping. You're not going to hit a wall. That's what's mind-boggling. And when you stop and you think about it, it just goes on and on and on and on. There is no end. How does your brain wrap itself around that? There's no end to it. Greta Bonner, she said, I once read that before the beginning of the Big Bang, there were two planets, planes, 2D, I'm sorry, that collided and everything started. I don't see much logic. No, I don't. I mean, is it a possibility? Well, we see like these stars colliding and there's a lot of energy given off, right? It's kind of like a bang, if you will. Does anything happen with that? Meaning, do things form after that? Well, you can bet there's a bunch of particles and stuff from this collision, and there's a lot of energy release, so on and so forth. You got these supernovas, you got all kinds of crazy stuff, right? So it's a possibility, but does anybody know for sure? And don't get me wrong, science is not stupid. Based on their peer-reviewed research, this is the best information we can come up with as of now, which is true. They never said it's etched in stone. They're saying this is what we believe to be true at this point, due to research. That doesn't mean it won't change. But, you know, when we're talking about Loeb, A.V. Loeb, or whatever his name is, in fact, I got him on here too. It's kind of funny, but, you know, when you stop and think about the vastness and just the way, you know, if you could, like I said, if you could fly through the universe and it just never ends, it's mind-boggling because you're so used to restrictions and, you know, walls and limitations and all this other stuff. It's mind-boggling if you knew there was no end. You could not stop. You didn't, you know, this just kept going forever. That's crazy. Pete said, no figuring how many civilizations been on Earth. Why worry about the beginning of the universe? Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, again, I think we're just infants. We're learning how to walk. You know, when you stop and think about it, you go, well, yeah, but look at the technology we got. Oh, please. We're still putting people on firecrackers to get to planets and moons or whatever. Or not to planets, but the moon. So I feel like the Wile E. the Coyote and stuff like that. Let's strap a bomb to his ass. And basically, that's what you're doing. So, I don't know. I just find it interesting. I think that there's so much more out there, and again, we're part of so much more that people just don't stop and think about that. They're just happy in their humdrum world. I'm good. Nothing wrong with living. Going out there doing your thing. Perfect. Enjoy life. But, for me, I just want more. Just knowledge. People go, well, what do you do with it after you find out? I went, it's just something I want to know. That's all. No special reason for it. You just want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Alien Tanner, you say, here's the bottom line. The Big Bang had to expand into something. Ergo, space already existed. Well, actually, void did. Space, void, because there's nothing there, right? So therefore, it's just black, empty space. So, but you're pretty much in a nutshell, you're right. But like I said, I always used to go by that theory, and because they're saying the Big Bang, and that's it. It was the beginning of all. But then you start hearing research about how it's a random act, and you go, okay, well, that throws that theory out the window. No, it don't. In a sense, it don't. It's still expanding. They're correct. The Big Bang that we knew, we're in that particular bang, we're expanding. It's expanding outward. But what if you were another civilization in another area, then you came to be through, thousands of millions of years, and then planets forming, so on and so forth. And all of a sudden, and then you're looking into your, science and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, we're part of this Big Bang. Well, it happens multiple places in the universe. So, yeah. Kevin Alacon, yeah. If the universe ends, what is on the other side? Exactly. Is there a wall? No. Like I said, that's just mind-boggling though, because you can't see an end. You can't feel the end. You can just, it goes on. That is just weird. I mean, I'm thinking about it now. It's just mind-boggling that there is no end. Do they think that there's going to go and just slap right into a wall? I mean, what do they think is going to happen? Well, we're going to see the end of it. How? Again, you'll start to see more, less and less planets as you go to the very beginning of time. You see less and less and less. I get it. And then all of a sudden, now what? Doesn't mean there's a distance of nothing but void space, and then you run into another universe. How do you know? You can't see that far. The only way you can do that is if you literally sent some kind of spacecraft and just let it go. And then it's an actual, like a James Webb, but you send it way the hell out, like exo solar system and on and on and on, right? And then start taking pictures and sending back. Get a different perspective, millions upon millions of miles away, light years. James Rowland, great question. We are so small. How could we ever really know anything? Absolutely. Again, we're just learning how to crawl. At some point, we'll walk and run. What is it? What do they call it? Like a stage 1, stage 2 civilization, so on and so forth. At some point, we'll get there. But if we can just have the powers that be stop dividing and conquering this planet, and again, come together as a civilization. Of course, the people themselves, have to just start recognizing as, every color, creed, and everything else as a human being and not different, which I don't ever see happening. It's sad, but it'll keep getting perpetuated. We'll never, think about if we just said, we are, that's it. We're one human race. And not everybody has to sit by the campfire and sing Kumbaya, but if you recognize each other as a human race, and you do your thing, and and then we can achieve much more. We would have already been spacefaring a long time ago, I think. What do you guys think about that? Kevin Alacon, you said, I think it is infinite. It is beyond our comprehension. I think you're spot on. Eric Blair said information known is not being provided by the controlled authorities. Absolutely. They're going to let you know what they want you to know. That's all. So we'll spoon feed you when you're hungry if we feel you need to. When we need to feed you. That's sweet. What's going on? Good to see you in there. So wouldn't something that is infinite be without both beginning and end? Yes. Yeah. Or there is a beginning and it just never ends. Either way, it's, you know what I mean? Depends on where you're in that scale of infinite. You know what I mean? It's like you'll never see the beginning and you'll never see the end. So isn't that infinite or infinite? I don't know. Exactly, Alien. You said, imagine the Voyagers had the James Webb telescope or tech on them now. Yeah. So when you think about Voyager and where it's at right now, it's exo solar system. It's way out there now. Imagine it taking pictures and sending back what it would see. But how do we know there wasn't a camera put on it? And it's sending back low res, pictures. How do we know? Small snapshots. Was that ever a thing? Think about that a minute. You're these people, these brains that put all this stuff together. We're going to send the Voyager out, and we're going to have it detect all kinds of stuff, blah, 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 blah. What would it hurt to throw a camera on it? You put a camera on the best known then, what was that, 70s and 80s? The best known then, and all you're doing is sending small snapshots back. Nothing big, because obviously it takes a lot of energy, a lot of bandwidth. A lot of information that'll just drop out if it's too much information. They send it back, and they just go, wow, this is entirely something we've never seen before. Because it's one thing to have the James Webb, right? Because it can see, God knows what the distance is, right? But when you're up to a planet, it's one thing to look and say, well, that planet looks like they might have life on it. But if this, like let's say we're talking about right here, the Voyager, is that close to some of these solar systems, and they can literally take a snapshot and know this thing's literally satellites are on another planet or whatever. That's crazy. How do we know? How do we know they didn't do it? James Rowland, I do know that there was life at some point on Mars, and there is bases, cities on our moon. Absolutely. Pictures show it. All you got to do is just look for it. And that's what we like to do. Kevin, you said numbers are infinite, and start with 1 or 0 if that counts. Infinite and -2. Oliver, you said. Absolutely. So now we are talking about AV Loeb. If you want to, it's funny how it's AV Loeb, a Loeb. It looks like a Loeb, but anyway, it says Diary of Interstellar Voyage Report 25. Somewhere over the rainbow. That's cute. Anyway, it's June 23rd, and it says June 24th. I guess it was written up and then, of course, shared. A rainbow appeared above a Silver Star's deck after the expedition team retrieved the harvest of a Run 13, which included the biggest spherical, so far with an enhanced abundance of rare elements, often used in semiconductors. So he's trying to find a spacecraft that supposedly crashed into the ocean. Now, is that true? Is he just trying to get funding to do these things? Which, if he is and he is on the up and up, then why not? Because remember that just recently, and I forget where it was at. I think it was, I don't know if it's even written here, but there's something that came down, like almost like a falling star or something to come through the atmosphere and crash into the ocean. And he believes this may be out there next to the ocean. They must have got the coordinates and said, let's go there and see what we can find. So what is the evidence we collected so far from the interstellar expedition? Run 8 dominated the Several, anyway, count by an order of magnitude relative to all other runs, and its line skimmed the upper envelope of the likely interstellar meteor. So that's what they're looking for, right? Most other lines, including those in control areas, did not find spherules larger than 300 microns, so which is very small. The early part of the Run 8 overlapped with Run 5, which showed spherules. So basically what they're doing is they're finding these, and they're looking under they're scrutinizing with microscopes and everything else to see if they can find anything that's otherworldly, I guess. Sunrise at 5:30 a.m. after 4 a.m. Zoom session with the Galileo project team in the U.S., followed by the jog on the open deck of Silver Star, like anybody cares. Earlier, Loeb accidentally wounded his shin, and he was climbing up the stairs. Okay, so he's a Biden. My carry-on luggage and routed expedition in 20 bars of dark chocolate. Don't care. So what they do is they have this, which basically scans the bottom or picks up, basically it says vacuum and scooping up the magnetic material from the sled's magnets in Run 14, right? Mike, you said your question was, let's get back to what we can relate to, Chris. How will they control Elon from exposing the truth about the structures on the moon once Starship sets down? Well, this is the way I look at it. If you were Elon, now you are subcontracted through a lot of, some people now, where you've got, Elon, bringing supplies to the ISS. So you're basically subcontracted from a NASA or the DOD, whoever it may be. But he may have said already, or knows he's in the know himself, hey, what's the real deal? Listen, I'm going to be in the inner circle now. Why don't you guys let me know what's going on? Okay, we'll spill it. Seeing you working with us now, but again, gag order. We can't tell you what it is. So therefore, keep your mouth shut. That's in a nutshell. That's it, right? So to me, I think he's going to continue to do that. I don't think he's going to say a word. Now, if they were to take a picture of something, and they're probably going to just cover it up anyway, if they took a picture of something, because here's what I would do. If I was a multi-millionaire or billionaire, whatever, like winning the big lottery, that'd be sweet. I'd go to a space, people that launch and make satellites and everything else, get a small satellite, 8K camera, let it fly to the moon, go to areas where we have a good inkling there's something there, let it go as close to the surface as it can, take a bunch of photos, crashes into the lunar surface, who cares? As long as you get the information set back, which he probably did more than once, probably sent his own to Mars by now, other than his car, sent these himself and seen for himself. He doesn't need to, worry about anybody giving him false information. He goes, oh, no, it's going to be my craft. It's going there. We're going to see what's there, and then I'll see for myself. And it makes perfect sense. I would. I don't think he's going to say much, to be honest with you. I don't think he will. Until they all say, okay, we can let the cat out of the bag. Then they'll do it. Ricardo, fantastic to have a live hangout. For more discussion, sign up for Discord and join the chat anytime for Mars Anomalies and beyond. Yes, we will do that too. Let me see if I can even find that. A lot of times I got more on the other computer than I got here. I'm going to send you folks the link if you want to jump in and have good conversation. We have plenty of categories up there. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. Let me do it this way. Well, this is the other one. I'm also going to give you a link to this to Odyssey. Odyssey is basically like another YouTube. The difference is, and I've said this more than once, you can go up there yourself, and the picture quality is at least 30 to 40% better. It doesn't seem to be as compressed like YouTube is. I've showed people up there. Now, there's only limited amount of people that see it up here because they're not really aware of it. But every time I put a video up here, it literally, on YouTube, it automatically goes to Odyssey as well. So people will watch it up there and they go, man, this is a lot better quality. It seems to be clearer. So I'm going to give you that. In fact, I'm going to drop that link right now from Odyssey. You guys can put it on there and you can save the page or bookmark it. Do whatever you got to do. I'm going to drop it right now. And check it out because, like I said, that site alone, when you go up there, you see it either way. It's being seen, okay? And it's literally at least 20 to 30% better quality. I think so. I looked at it and went, wow, this is so much clearer. Why? Well, there you go. So if you want to see something a lot clearer, you can go up there and see it as well. It's still being viewed, so therefore it does count because it supports the channel, right? Like I try to tell people too, if you're gonna watch the videos, let the ads play out. It supports the channel. Because some people go, well, I'd like to support the channel, but I don't have the money. Okay, just watch. Just let the ads actually play out, and then watch the video. It just helps the channel, and like Mr. Ricardo Petrazzi has done. Thank you, Ricardo. Appreciate you. Give him a round of applause. Oh, yeah. But, so he always supports the channel. Great guy. So I appreciate it. And he does a lot on the Discord as well. For some reason, I cannot get the Discord link to come up. I'm not sure why that is. It's telling me to sign in and says it's wrong. No, it's not. But what I will do, because it's not working at the moment, I will give it to you guys underneath the video, this live podcast after. The link will be there. You can join us on there. There's a lot of good conversation. Like I said, Ricardo's been instrumental in helping out people on there, and he's a big asset to because I like to try to make it on there. I hardly ever make videos, let alone go on there. So kind of messes with me big time, and I like to get up there and spend more time up there. Sometimes I'll pop in there and see what's going on. I can read different topics because we have a whole bunch of range of categories up there. So it's awesome. So Ricardo, thank you very much for your help as well as your support of the channel as always. I see several people talking about Elon. I think he's being that, and the guy is a visionary. I mean, think about it. To me, here's the thing, and I've said this before. Here's a guy who makes an electric car. He gives the patent to everybody. I mean, that says 1,000, words to somebody who does that. To me, that's awesome. So now you see all these people see these Ford companies with their trucks. Look at hands-free driving. Big deal. Elon came out with that. So, but he opened it up to everybody so they can get the patents to the motors, to whatever. You want to improve on it? Go for it. Now you see these people trying to compete with Elon. He goes, hey, dumbbells, I'm the one that gave you the information to build it. So, or at least efficiently. So, because there's always been electric cars, right? We had them since 1890, I think. But, of course, they were very crude, but you get the idea. But the thing is, he's given the patterns to people. He's an entrepreneur. He's got 3, 4 different things he's doing between the Boring Company. It just, the list goes on. So, say what you will. I respect the guy. He's one of my heroes. Let's put it that way. Now, when you hear him talk, remember how many times you heard him talk about aliens? Well, I really haven't seen them. This, that, and the other. And then I think just recently, and this was a while back, he started saying, well, there's a possibility they're out there and they could be near us and everything else. There you go, right? So to me, yeah, he's in the know. I think he is. Yeah, you guys can, like I said, you go up on Odyssey, and like I said, see the difference. Look at the quality up there. I was actually stunned. Somebody said to me, because I had it up there, because I wanted to add it up there, so there's another not revenue, but another avenue, rather, to get up there and see it, because I was like, first I put a video up there, and went, it's not a big deal to me. Because you really don't get that many people viewing it up there, because they think YouTube. But when I went up there, some person said, oh yeah, it's at least 20, 30% better. I went, really? So I go up there, and I'll be damned. I mean, it's actually better. Renee V said so on the PC for it and on phone PC is really better. All that I had not yet greeted hello. Well, here's the thing too. If you have a good phone, it's good. You know, obviously most phones now are just like insane, right? Great. This thing just kicked on here. The resolution on these things are insane, right? Let me see. All right. Well, thank Ricardo again. He sent me this link to this. Let me put on this stand instead. Especially when you want hands-free. Scientists find the remains of a catastrophe on Mars scattered across the planet. Imagine that. The Zhurong rover has operated on the surface of Mars for over a year since it deployed in May 21. So May 2021, 2021. Before the rover suspended operations on May 20th, 2022 due to the onset of winter and the approach of seasonal sandstorms. Zhurong managed to traverse a total distance of 1.194 miles or 1.9 kilometers. During the first kilometer of this trek, the rover obtained vital data on Mars' extremely weak magnetic fields. According to the new study by researchers from the Chinese Academy of Science, or CSS, these readings indicate that the magnetic field is extremely weak beneath the rover's landing site. Okay, so... And it goes on and on. Let me see. Let me see if this thing has... I'm not sure if it does. Let's see. While Mars does not have an intrinsic magnetic field, there is evidence that it did roughly 4 billion years ago. The evidence is recorded in the planet's crust, which retains weak magnetic field distribution across the surface. Orbital measurements of these fields were conducted by the Mars Global Surveyor, or the MGS, and the Mars Atmosphere and Volatile Evolution, or MAVEN. We know the MAVEN spacecraft, which has recorded terrestrial crustal fields that were up to 1,500 nanoteslas, or NT, in strength, but with a global average of about 200 NT, right? Yeah, that's fine. I'm just reading anyway, but I could have done that on this here. But anyway, interesting. So there was a catastrophe. We know that just due to the photos we see on there, right? Now, on Mars, there was definitely a catastrophe there. You can tell. Like, there's been dirt and earth, we'll say, ground, that was washed over a lot of these items on here. Absolutely. Let's see. Oliver Klein, he said nothing against electric cars, but the problem is the battery and the energy grid, proving we're far away from the future. I agree with you on some aspects of that because I've owned an electric car. I wouldn't mind having another one. Here's the thing. When everybody's getting one, nobody's building up or beefing up the grid. So now there's some places that have. Like I can go to Tennessee and there's a lot more charging points than there are here where I am. Okay? So you have a problem with that. Most of these power plants are antiquated. the lines, the sub lines and everything else, they're all very old and cannot handle a load, and you'll get blackouts and everything else. So in my opinion, it's not ready for that many electric cars or vehicles, right? I think the better way to go is like a hydrogen or just hybrid. Like or hate a hybrid, which I have, and I love it. It breaks my heart when I get like 51 miles to the gallon. People go, oh yeah, well, it's all well and good until your battery goes. Okay, I'll change the battery out. It's $1,500 less. Actually, it's less than that. So, and they go, well, that's a lot of darn money. Okay, well, what is it if you dropped a transmission out of your car today? How much would that cost? Sure, you can go to the junkyard and get one used, but you don't know how long that'll last. So I can get a rebuild battery for like $700. If the car's in great shape and works excellent, which it does, I think it's got like 137,000 miles on it. That's a baby for the car I got. That's hardly any miles. And being into 2011, that's not bad. The thing with it is that I can change it out if the engine and everything's running fine. $700 to $1,000 isn't anything. Try to find a good running car that is reliable, and you've already had it for years, so you know what you put into it. Go find one that's in great shape, that's going to run good for $700. You might get lucky. Maybe it's an old timer looking to get rid of it. I don't need it anymore. Okay. But, people's arguments with these, now I get it as far as a Tesla, Teslas and anything like that, because they're expensive as heck to replace a battery and something like that. But you shouldn't have to replace it for like 100,000 over 100,000 miles at least, 150, 200,000 miles. And by then, cost comes down. Just like they did in the hybrid batteries, same thing. Yeah, I see them too, Ricardo. He said, my Facebook feed is full of ads for Polestar EV cars. Yeah, I see that a lot too. It depends on what you've looked up too, right? So it automatically starts throwing you ads for whatever you were looking up. Kind of crazy, but yeah. Alien Tennis said, keep fossil fuels alive. Plants need carbon dioxide to live, then give us oxygen. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, if you really think about it, Alien, you've got a lot of power plants and all other plants that actually give off carbon as well, right? So, there's a lot that you can, get that from. And, like you said, you got to have that for them to give off oxygen. Makes sense. But there'll be plenty of that. Even if you go to, I don't think that nothing's going to change over 100% electric anyway. It's going to take a long time. See, it's good and bad because that kind of pollution can also kill if you get too much of it. So this is what the argument's really about. You know what I mean? Because they're like, well, most of it is because infrastructure makes sense. And I truly agree with that. Infrastructure is just not there for that many of them. However, if you just got a few around town, not a big deal. And like I said, the bad thing about my area, my state, one, they used to give you the tax, reduction or return, provided say like $7,000. If you owed $7,000 to the government, they'd give it back to you because you own, quote unquote, an electric car. But if you don't owe that kind of money, you're not going to get it back. But it doesn't matter. They pretty much did away with the program. So then they decided to, punish you for having one. So if you have a hybrid, it costs you $150 to register, where most vehicles are what? $50 here. If it's fully electric, it's $250. So you're going to pay your taxes on that. $250, $150, but its registration is what cost you. So you're like, okay, so let me get this straight. So I'm using less at the pump, and you're going to punish me for that. Well, that's because you're not paying as many taxes as the average person. I went, so what about the Mitsubishi, that little subcompact car that there were 3 cylinders and 4 cylinders? They get like 47 miles to the gallon. Should they not be taxed too? That's less at the pump. So their argument is BS. Oh, I seen that, Taff. That same thing you just put. Yeah, the girl's leaning up against the car. That was everything except the rabbit hole. The rabbit hole costs extra. Exactly, Oliver. Yep. Your Tesla battery, $20,000. Exactly right. Oliver, you said the cars of today could charge itself by driving and then feed the house when at home. That would be real 2023. But it's a game we have the technology. Well, of course. And I've seen him other thing. You know how, I don't know how you folks feel about 0 point energy and all this other stuff. But there's a guy who supposedly had made something that's going to literally come out. And I'm not talking about one of these crackpots. He's been talking about it, building it and everything else, and he's really got it to the point where it'll work. Now, I'm not sure, how big. But the thing is, somebody has to come in at some point. Think about this. You buy it, hook it up to your house, and it just runs the house for like years upon years. But see, it's a bad thing because the powers that be, even the local schmucks, they got to get their hands in your pockets. This is the reason why a lot of people, or a lot of states, I should say, are against people living off grid. Wait a minute, you can't live off grid with solar. That means we can't get our hands in your pockets. Wait a minute, you're doing what? You're getting, gallons upon gallons of water off your roof into these big 55-gallon drums, and maybe you filter it for drinking water and everything, and you're using it. Wait a minute, we can't get our hands in your pockets. There's something wrong here. They're against it, which is BS. You think it would help the grid? Wouldn't that be better to have people get more and more involved with solar for the houses so it alleviates the problem with what? Generation from the power plants. So it actually makes way for more electric cars. There's a trade-off. They can easily do this. But we gotta get our hands in your pockets regardless, no matter what. That's what it comes down to. Oh yeah, we'll definitely need the oil, like we're talking about. Like you're just saying, Ricardo, because of plastics and stuff. It'll never die. I mean, it's not just gonna go away. Eric Blaze said Tesla discovered free energy. Well, his idea was transmitting electricity, over distances. And, of course, you receive it, and it's basically free energy. The problem with it is, can you imagine, being outside and all of this electricity is in the air? I don't think that'll go over too well, because it would take X amount of how much energy to go through the air to light up all the houses, and would it be consistent? So I don't know how well that would work. I can imagine somebody walking through a puddle in their backyard, and all this energy's in the air. Instant barbecue. Alfie Joe Bobby said, just signed up for Odyssey. Big difference in video. Very nice. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is actually better. So if you're going, well, I'm not just seeing the quality. It's just 100% there. I promise you it's not me, because here's the difference. We're talking about what? Alfie Joe Bob just went up there and said, well, look at the difference. Well, so what are they doing to these videos? They're compressing them. And then they're saying, oh, wait a minute, that's 1080p. No, it's not. It's 1080 garbage. So that's the problem. When you go up to Odyssey, it just seems not as compressed, better quality, period. Alien Tenny said, Edison ripped a Tesla. Yeah, he did. That's a scumbag and a half. Lone Villain, what's going on? He said, afternoon, people. Popsicle, bowl, and space talk break. Nice. Nice. What does it say? At our expedition leadership meeting last evening, we decided to use an analog 30 hertz sonar owned by the senior team members Art Wright and Mike Williamson. This sonar system achieves a resolution of a few centimeters. IM-1's fireball exhibited 3 flares, potentially related to multiple pieces that broken off the initial object. We should search for these pieces on the ocean floor. Our team member, Michael Kelly, noted, I love the ocean. When you go out to sea, you never know what you're about to see. Okay. So this is it right here, I guess. The record holder, Severol, from Run 14, I think it's 14I. The merger project of a multiple molten iron droplets before they solidified. Its length is 0.7 millimeters and its composition is similar to other. Okay. He's ahead of the Galileo project. You don't know what to make of Avi Loeb. I mean, I like the idea he's really questioning more and more when that went by. And he made up a lot of great points, or he come up with a lot of great points, or made a lot of great points, talking about how there was no tail to it. And this is the thing that was always puzzled me. Maybe some of you guys can answer this. Maybe I'm just getting a brain fart here. When you have a comet, okay, it's literally got a, how can we say it? Okay, we'll do it this way. You got a comet that literally orbits around our sun and comes back into the solar system between whatever planet. I don't care what it is. Comes in, comes around the sun, all of a sudden it has a tail on it. Why? Because now it's expanding. The gases and the ice particles are now coming out of it. Okay? So you get this tail. Well, more did not. Here's my question. And I always said this about even a couple of the moons that we have, like Ganymede and the other moons, right? It's one thing to emit these vapors, these ice particles. Why don't they ever end? Anybody answer that? Why does it have an endless supply of water in there to make this vapor? So when it expands, you see this come out constantly. What is putting this vapor back in there? What's putting these ice particles? I understand like it gets real hot and then it gets cold again, but wouldn't the temperature of space literally freeze it instantly? So it's not inside the actual comet. It's on the outer part, which I get. So I can understand a little bit of it. But when you see it like gushing this constantly out of these comets, what's putting it back in? Well, no, Ricardo. It's actually, like I said, it's ice particles, so on and so forth. Of course, there's a lot of debris, too, that comes off it. I get that part. But, there is, you know what I'm saying? It's like, at some point, it has to eject enough to be completely out. Now, I get on the outside of it, heats up. It's now like a fluid, it's water. But you would think that'd be blowing off the backside of this thing. So once it comes around the sun, now it's going away from the sun. It's going to pretty much freeze because of what? Speed, and now it's no longer near the sun. I'm confused. Well, that's what I'm saying. So if it's not, you know what I mean? Because trying to think of, there's several comments and stuff like that they were talking about that they emit this, or some of these moons that just emit these vapors because they're next to their host planet, their parent planet. And these moons, obviously, what? They contract and expand because of the gravitational pull of their parent planet. Okay, I get that. At some point, this thing has to run out of water that's under there. I mean, if it's been doing it for billions upon billions of years, what the hell? I mean, what? ZZKJ, BRY. Comet loses mass. Well, to a certain degree, if it's a solid rock, right, and of course it has cavernous areas inside it, it's going to have this water vapor. Maybe there's certain pockets around this thing. And of course, there's vapor inside. Maybe there's ice crystals or whatever. And it just, because of the expansion, it just ejects out of there. Okay, but what's putting it back? Now, I get as far as if it has a continuous tail, again, let's say, for argument's sake, it's getting towards the sun. It's got a tail now. So in other words, it's nowhere near the sun. So how much debris can fall off this thing before it quits doing it? Okay, that's a possibility, Ricardo. And ZZKJ, you said collects other particles out on the Oort cloud, maybe. And Ricardo, you said, I would think that the electrical interaction between it and the sun causes the ejection of material. And I get that, but I mean, at some point it has to end. I mean, you know what I mean? Like I said, even if it was a lot of, let's say there's a new rock, a comet that just broke off somewhere. Now it's rolling through space like 27,000, 30,000 miles per hour. Now it's also rolling around on its axis, doing this, as it's going through space. At that speed, shit has to be blowing off of it, at least falling off, just coming off the surface, unless it's completely iced and frozen to it. Okay, I get that. So there's no friction, right? Well, it depends. I guess once you get near the sun, it could be because of the heat and everything else. But it's just kind of weird if you think about it. Oliver, you said, think. In vacuum, water starts cook these instant freezing. Okay. By coming out of the deep space frozen into our system and catching up to sunlight, the Taylor comet starts to show up. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But there's some of them that literally go through before they even get to the sun, and they got a big tail on them. Now, that's just, debris following along a lot of time that once this thing got ejected from wherever, like we can talk about the Oort cloud or whatever, and somehow it just went through this, came out of the Oort cloud, and these things are just following, kind of like a suction kind of thing, just following along, and that's the tail. But when we talk about vapors and like any kind of ice crystals and everything else, I'm going, okay, I get that part, but at some point it has to run out of it. It just has to run out. Not always the case, but you know what I'm saying. Just something to think about. Now, not that this is space related, but this is kind of cool. Lasers reveal massive 650 square mile Maya site hidden beneath Guatemalan rainforest. Now, we just touched on that briefly earlier. Somebody said about our civilization here here on Earth, where there's a lot about our civilization we don't even know about. And every time we turn around, we'll find more and more and more ancient civilizations. So, like I said, we're still, as far as even the Earth, we don't know everything about the Earth yet. You know what I mean? We're trying. We're pretty close. And then there's parts of Earth we haven't even touched. You know what I mean? Man has never been there. So now you have to say, okay, this is the reason why we rely on what? Satellites. So we take radar images, so on and so forth. We take LIDAR, to penetrate like forest and stuff like that and see it like in a mountain or whatever it could be. Maybe there's a pyramid inside a mountain that's been, obviously buried over the years. So this makes sense. But what I find interesting is that there's a lot of areas we have no idea yet until we actually map it all out. Everything underneath the soil, every inch of the planet. We're just finding more and more crazy stuff every time we turn around. It's like, what? Wait a minute. We thought we knew everything about that, but we don't. Again, either, geologist, well, it doesn't matter what it is. If you're in the sciences or whatever, it's literally you're on a learning curve constantly. So you stick with what you know, again, peer-reviewed, and that's the going theory or whatever, until something new comes along, and they're willing to make that adjustment and say, okay, what we thought was this was not that anymore. Okay. So, it's like I said before, we thought, oh, man's only 6,000 years old. Then it was like, oh, wait a minute, we're 13,000 years. Oh, wait a minute. And every time we turn around, it goes back in time. Now man was 250,000 years. Oh, wait a minute. That could be 500,000 years. Oh, wait a minute. I think we're 1 million years old. It just keeps going back. I don't think we really truly know. That's true, Ricardo. He said the 30 hertz sonar is only able to resolve objects at a resolution of 5 meters per pixel. Yep. Ted, interesting comment. Says, funny you talk smack about Jeremy Corbell, but the only anomalies with any merit you find were found long before you found them. and I have yet to see any actual show something anomalous. Okay, well, that's bullshit. I can tell you that right now. That's a fact. Because there's things that I've seen on Facebook, this is what's funny, that were seen years ago from me, okay? So I find that interesting that you've decided to, I don't know, maybe you're just a big fan of Jeremy Corbell. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But to come out with a statement like that is absolute bullshit, okay? I can tell you right now, nobody is finding the stuff I am because nobody's looking into the photos like I do. Now, have people found some extraordinary things? Absolutely. I agree. But first of all, what I find, nobody else has found. I can guarantee you that. Now, there's some things I will go on, meaning, let's say, one of the other people that I know well, they've looked up and they've seen something on a particular, like Jean. Okay. Somebody else has just sent me some photos. Like we can look at one of the channels that I like to see is Jean. He does things like there's a video I got coming up that he's covered on one of these satellite photos, but I'm not going to do his work. What I do is I find a different area that's a satellite photo, and then I'll find the stuff that I find. He will find something totally different, meaning he'll do his work and find what he finds. I do my work, and I get into these photos and try to uncover what's under this censoring going on. So there's, I just think it's comical now, but I think it's funny how people like yourself will come out and say a statement like that when you have no clue what I've even found. And a lot of people that, I've seen people do photos or a video on certain subjects, like certain rocks or whatever, and I'm going, they're missing the big picture. There's so much more in there. So I let them do their thing. That's their game. That's what they do. And I've got mine. So everybody's different. And by the way, Tad, if you can vet anything that Jeremy Corbell says, please let me know. I'd love to know. I love that. Well, your videos are clickbait titled, whatever. Oh, God, that's too funny. That is hilarious. But hey, think what you like. You're welcome to it. Pete, you said to Chris, I would never see the things that you point out and analyze. Well, that's the thing. People are looking at it an entirely different way. In other words, let's say people are looking at simple rocks. There's nothing wrong with that because they're finding some anomalous stuff that is sticking out of these rocks. I've seen rocks where they're transparent. Why would a rock be transparent? Well, the reason why it's transparent is because they got rock mimicking software that they're putting over this object they don't want you to see. So unless anybody knows any planet or anywhere on Earth that has transparent rocks, speak up now. So they can only conclude one thing, that they're covering up whatever's there. Okay, and of course, there's a host of different ways they censor a photo, so you know what I mean. And so it's cool because everybody's got their own flavor. Everybody does their own thing to try to bring things out. Like Jean will actually do like satellite photos, which is great. I do more ground photos, things that people do not think to look for. It's right there in their face, but they're not willing to do the work, or they just don't see it. That's not a problem because whatever work they do their own thing and they do a great job at it. I'm down with that. Renee V said, totally true. You have shown things on YouTube that I have not seen before, and I have been following you for so long. Well, I mean, just for people to talk smack like that is just stupid. You know what I mean? It's just like, nobody does the work that I do. I mean, I'm not blowing my own horn here. I'm just saying that how many channels that dive deep into find, first of all, the manipulation. That's first and foremost. But secondly, trying to pull the stuff out of the manipulation, which is almost at times virtually impossible. Okay? So in other words, they put it dense enough, you're not getting it out. There's just no way around it. You're not doing it. So, but if there's a little bit of information that's coming through that censoring, we can pull it out. That's the best we can do. Now, can we tell what it is? No. We can only just, speculate. That's all we can do. So, like I said, other people I follow do a fantastic job. And they do their own thing. That doesn't mean it wasn't borrowed from somebody else. In other words, I've seen people do, like I got people that come to me, hey, did you see what Jean just did? He just did this fantastic video. I'll go check out his video. I'm sub to him. He's a good friend of mine. I'll go to his video and I'll watch and I'll go, wow, I wonder if I can, like he did a satellite when he was talking about that JoJo fruit. Okay, joy fruit, with Joe fruit, whatever the hell it's called. So I got one coming up that's like that. Entirely different area from what he's done. And that one's wild. That's wild. Those are like the elephant in the room. That's not what, in other words, keep an eye on this. Don't worry about this. So that's what they're doing here. And it's absolutely crazy. So, and sometimes people say, hey, this guy's done this certain work on here. You ought to take that picture and see what you could pull out of it because he's done a great job. See if you can pull out even more. It's an invitation to me. I'm going to do that. Now, I'll give credit due wherever it's due, period. I've done it, I supported a lot of channels. I do think they do fantastic work, and I'll praise their channel, and I'll make sure everybody goes to it. Why? Because you need more outlets to find more of this what you like. So that's what I'm willing to do. And I support any channel I believe is being legit and being straight up. So, but again, everybody has their own flavor in how they do these videos or their enhancements. Do nothing but praise them because that's their thing. If they're bringing it out, that's what they need to be doing. It's the truth is what I'm looking for. So that's the way I look at it. Joe Blow 819, you said you are a legend to me, Chris. Well, I appreciate that. And you notice how I didn't take him off there, right? I let him just talk. He's got the right to do it. This is what it's here for. He's got the right to do it. And I'm willing to listen to anybody come along, but, don't talk like that. That's just complete idiocy. To me, it's just like, Jeremy Corbell, really? Have him show one good thing that he's a legit thing. I mean, anybody can go, oh, by the way, there's a video I've seen. Okay, that doesn't make it a legit video because he's shown it. Like, I'm going to show you one coming up, okay? And again, I know these people personally. Husband and wife, they went down to Tennessee, and it was on July 3rd. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to play the audio for you, and let me do this. Let me see. Okay, let me find this first. Now, this is wild because when you see it, let me see if I can do this here. Let's see if there's a right video here. Okay. Yeah, that should be that one there. It should be. And it should be 2 minutes. Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to set this thing up so you guys can see this. Okay. Let's do this. Let me do that. Okay. So let's play this. Now watch this closely. What you tell me. Ooh, tell me what you say. Now I want you to keep in mind that this photo, this is right before dusk. So it's not the best quality, but you can just look in the clouds. Watch these lights. I don't even really need the video on this one. Turn it down a little bit. Now watch when these things come back out. It's wild. At times it looks like it becomes one. Now she sees it to the right and then she's going to pan over. Watch these lights. They almost collide and look like they become one. And it looks like it became one. It starts to go back off to the back. Now, understand you can hear fireworks in the background, but these are not fireworks, okay? Oh, these stupid things. Don't care. Okay, they pretty much disappear. You can see that. Let me see something. Now, we can stop this. Let me just pause this. Get out of that. Okay. Let me go to the next one. This is where it becomes more revealing. And this time I'll play the audio so you can hear this for yourself. This is them talking with, I guess she's down there with her son. They went for the 4th of July. Okay. You can hear them talking in the background, and it's like I said, you'll see what I'm talking about. All right, let's see. I'll watch them now.
Still up there, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Oh, now they've changed it. Now they're saying rain getting ready to start in about 25 minutes.
Now, keep in mind, there's electric storms and stuff coming, too. You see the lightning, and then you can see, of course, these people are doing fireworks at the same time, which is really weird. But watch this. See the way they just split apart?
See how it brightens up when it gets to the thinner clouds?
Yeah.
But then when it goes behind the thicker clouds, it gets dim. That's what makes you think it's on top.
Well, it's the same pattern.
Well, no, it changes. They'll like go halfway
Now, would you hear what she just said? It's a pattern.
and stop, and then they'll come back. See, it just stalled out, and now it's coming back.
Too close for me. Just flashed on the house there.
Is it coming back yet?
Now, this... Hold on.
Yep, coming back now.
Hold on. I don't have this thing turned on. I'm over there talking about the video. All right, so let me do this. I'm going to try it again. Now, we're going to watch this again. Here's the same lights. My bad on that, guys. It should be good now. Now, you can see them split apart.
Still up there, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Oh, now they've changed it. Now they're saying rain getting ready to start in about 25 minutes.
Now watch this, what happens. Looks like they join and then they split back apart, right? Now they usually say UFOs usually go after lightning and everything else, but this is good. You'll see what I'm talking about.
See how it brightens up when it gets to the thinner clouds?
Yeah.
But then when it goes behind the thicker clouds, it gets dim. That's what makes you think it's on top.
Well, it's the same pattern.
Well, no, it changes. They'll like go halfway and stop, and then they'll come back. See, it just stalled out, and now it's coming back.
Too close for me. Just flashed on the house there.
Is it coming back yet?
Yep, coming back now.
Now again, we got to watch this again. Watch what happens.
It'll be the same pattern it was just a minute ago.
See, she's saying the same thing.
Yep, there's the other one. Yeah, they keep crossing. That's what's weird about it.
There they go. Boom. And go back apart. Okay.
This one will come over to the right.
But see, this is what I'm talking about. Videos. Okay. Well, we can do this. Hold on. What's happening is that they realize it too. So guess what? Are all of these? Let me go back to this. Now, they realize it too. You guys were right. I'm watching what you guys are saying here at the same time, right? What were you saying? Ricardo said it first. Haha, that video, you can do that with a couple of really good torches on a night like that in a low cloud, right? Let's see. Enrico says, are those searchlights? To me, those are what they are. They're searchlights. They're bright lights, spotlights, on an event that's happening, and even they realized it after. First they're saying, this has happened several nights now. Well, there you go. At first, it kind of looked random in the first video. Like, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. Now, he said he seemed like they were brighter in the thinner clouds. I seen them literally being projected on the clouds, and it looked like it was just following the contour of these clouds. That tells me it's a spotlight coming from the ground upward, right? So at least that's my take on it. At least that's what I feel it is. Now, I don't know what you folks, what do you guys think about that? To me, these are spotlights. But see, this is people I know, and they weren't trying to, BS anybody. They were just like, oh, wow, they just happen to be sitting there, and they're going, wow, look at these things. Just, they'd seen these lights in the sky, and they're just like, okay, and they're on clouds or in clouds. They thought they were on top of the clouds. But when you see them in the second video go like this, come from right and left, and boom, they kind of tap into each other, they go back out. They must expand way outward because you couldn't see it in the actual view. And then he goes, yeah, here it comes again. Did the same exact pattern. What are the chances of that? Now, is it possible that some, UFOs wanted to put some kind of light show on? I guess they could do that. But to me, that was nothing more than some kind of event going on, and they were just spotlights. That's just me, though. And these are people I know, so I know legit they weren't trying to make this up. They were just in there. And then they figured it out. They probably went, oh, you know what? There's a pattern to this. She said it right out. So this is why you can't believe every UFO. Now, I could have put that on there and said, oh, look at this. Shocking UFO, sighting. Ooh, get millions of views. I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? Because you can tell she posted the both of these on, on social site. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to check this out. And then I seen the second part of it. Okay, because this was the next day she saw it. And she seen that they were pretty much doing the same thing. So there you go. So you can't always believe these, people when they post these UFO videos. Most of them are garbage. Not all, don't get me wrong. But some of them are really kind of wild. But with everything going on, with the technology going on, you know as well as I do, these things could be just absolute drones. So you don't know. But I figured you'd like that because it's showing, what looks like could be, maybe, UFOs to the people that don't know any better. They're like, oh my God, you should see this UFO this guy had, this video. Garbage. It turned out to be, as far as I'm concerned, they're spotlights. That's all they are. And Spence says, exactly. Fireworks and electric storm, of course, they're all related. And spotlights always in fireworks displays. Exactly. Party, Oliver said. David Rains, I agree. However, with searchlights, you can see the beam in the air. Well, that's true. Now, I don't know because of all the lightning going on that you'd be able to see that, and you think it would be pretty darn bright. That's the only thing that kind of fooled me a little bit, but I don't know. Bill says, no, aliens. It's always aliens. Let's see here. Okay. So, yeah, I did lose my audio for a second there. Hold on. Maybe it was the cord. But yeah, I mean, so I was just saying, you guys probably haven't seen her. She's going to get mad at me now because I just picked her up. But anyway, this is when she was smaller. You guys saw her. She was walking around near the camera. But here she is again. She's got a little bigger since last time. She had, she just been spayed because she's still a baby. So you know how that goes. They go into a heat. They're like extremely crazy. So yeah, but so she likes to sleep on my lap. So I got her on my lap right now. It was storming out earlier, like I said, when I first started the broadcast. And I'm like, geez, I hope the power don't go out, which I would still be on for about another hour after that. So it wouldn't have mattered. I still would have been live. So that would have been good. Yep. Everybody's like, no sound. What's going on? But yeah, it's because sometimes it's move the mic around and it just like disconnects slightly. Probably didn't have the damn thing all the way to begin with. But we are back now. Bill says, oh, no, that's a nice kitty. Yeah, she's adorable. Yeah, she wasn't liking it too much. She was just like, okay, I hate you. But yeah, should be better now, Oliver. Let's see. That was what? Is everybody talking over here? What? What is it? All right. Okay. So, what do you folks think? What are your percentage? If you were to watch every video you ever seen about a UFO, what is your percentage on? Do you think is legit UFO? With all the technology we get out, with drones out and everything else, what do you think is the most percentage of being real? 7086 Auto, thank you very much for your support as always. Good to see you in there, sir, by the way. Hope you're doing well. You said for kitty snacks. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's us. Get some snacks? Want some snacks, huh? She's like just chilling on my lap like, oh yeah, this feels good. Pet me. And shut up and pet me. She's literally on my lap here. What? I'd forgotten she had crawled under the bed because the lightning was and the thunder was going nuts here. And I was just like, where did she go? All of a sudden I look on the floor. She's right there on the floor. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, Chris Johnson, you think 80% is legit? Okay. Not that this is a bad thing. Our IR Films says 1%. Yeah, because you don't know. Even the ones from Pentagon, here's the thing. One, is it ours that the Pentagon showed us, or is it extraterrestrial? Now, most people are going to go, wow, the things that thing is doing, there's no way that could be ours. How do you know? Again, 786 Auto, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Give him a round of applause, everyone. Oh, yeah. Always a supporter of the channel. We do appreciate that. Renee V said, I helped the cat from drowning also in black and white. Always stayed with my screen of my phone was broken. Oh, yeah, way of cat, they reimbursed it. Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah. I just went here. I got two cats, actually. I rescued from the back of one of the stores we have. She had a bad upper respiratory issues, and her eyes were glued shut and everything else, and she just in a mess. And she was a lot smaller when you guys seen her. If you guys remember, I had her. She was a lot smaller then, and I went out there with really warm Q-tips and just unglued her eyes. I said, this cat's not going to make it through the night. I mean, it's going to be either eaten or it's not going to be able to see the food. It's going to be suffering. So yeah, not a good thing. I'm just going to take her home. And I think before we even got her home, we took her over to one of the vets, and it cost me like $90 to get her shots and everything, clear everything up. So, and the other cat we got, he's cool. He's laid back. The first time I brought her home, I thought he was going to hiss at her and attack her. Nope. Totally took her under his wing and started cleaning her like a mom or dad would. Crazy, right? All right, let me see. What does it say here? Ricardo, he said 0.3 unknown. 0.7% our UFO, 99% unexplained, or explainable rather, phenomenon. So yeah, I mean, to me, I don't put too much weight in it. Like being, I would say, if I had to say, the question was, now how much percentage would you say out of the UFOs you've seen, and I mean legit ones, now I'm not talking about trash ones, the videos that you did see, how many of them do you think, or what's the percentage rate of them being military, meaning of any country? What's the percentage out of 100 do you think that's, terrestrial and not extraterrestrial? Gabriel says, love your show. I appreciate it, Gabriel. I do. Yeah, it's a crowd. Yeah, he says, thank you for taking the kitties in. Yeah, I just, soft spot for kitties. Love cats. Oliver Klein said, lately more Space Force action in private in skies. Well, that could very well be. Marco, you said some look like tricks of light, also natural phenomenon. Very good possibility. Oliver Klein, you said Space Force, police, whatever you call them, space cops. Archer Krause, you said maybe 30% at least, I would guess. Exactly. See, everybody's seeing the same thing. Well, pretty much the same thing I'm saying, right? Marco, you said the military ones are the most probable. Ricardo, you said, the videos of them, 80% ours, 20% off-world. Exactly, and I would agree with that because we really just don't know. Now, it's getting to the point where you think it's like, okay, could that possibly be, what's the chance of that being like copied or cloned information or technology from these spacecrafts if they were outer worldly? Is that a possibility? I believe absolutely true. Sean, you said probably 0 ET, 100% military. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I would probably go 80-20 comfortably. But yeah, it's hard to tell. Danny, you said, saw it in daylight, so no BS. It was very different. See, that's the difference. You might have seen something that was literally the real deal. Now, how many can you say that people have taken videos of being the real deal? And again, it's always at night. Now, I get it. Maybe they just believe being at night is just a better way to go. In other words, you're not going to really see the size of the craft. You'll see lights. Now, people have argued, too. They go, why would a spacecraft have marker lights on them, like, aviation lights? And that's a great question, because the ones that flash, you got the yellow, green, red, stuff like that flashing, and strobes and everything else underneath these planes, like small Cessnas or the large planes, 747s, whatever. Every plane's got some kind of marker light on it, right? So why would a spacecraft need that? Well, how do we know that even on another planet they don't use that for that reason? Because it's dark at night, but you would think they would have the technology kind of like most cars have today, where there's an imminent crash going to happen. It puts its brakes on. My car does that. I've got adaptive cruise and, adaptive lane, keeps you in the lane and everything else. And keep in mind, that's in a 2011 car. That's not even brand new. So I could be just driving, talking, and all of a sudden, it'll literally just slow me right down if I'm adaptive cruise. So how do we know it's not much more high tech, and they wouldn't need that because they wouldn't hit each other? Or, I don't know. We just don't know. Archer Krause, she said the Nazi bell was in the reference to copy technology. Yeah, I believe so too. 786 Auto, he said, video made by drone camera somewhere in the Middle East recently relisted, seems real. See, that could be. I've seen some things that were just incredibly weird. But, you got to keep in mind, what was that one was, where was that at? Was it in Israel or something like that? Remember this was a while back. This wasn't like a month ago. This is a while back where they're on this plateau, like up on this mountain, and you can look down at this city, and you see this white orb. It was like extremely bright, and then it went, just shot up straight into the air. How do we know that's not CGI? People are like oohs and ahs, and You don't know. That's the bad thing about technology with computers. You can pretty much do anything nowadays. So who knows? Enrico, you said, when we see the true ET craft, maybe we feel different than with a natural phenomenon? Well, yeah, because you would see the real deal, right? As opposed to something we think is real, and it turns out it's nothing more than natural. Chris Johnson, you said maybe the lights are from the electrical propulsion like Aurora. Okay, that's a good possibility. You know, I guess it could, yeah. See, we don't understand a lot of technology, so we don't know how these things react. And we don't know, like, if it's a different civilization, is it possible that, what we think is, normal is completely out of the norm, and it's something that's similar to our technology, but we go, wow, this thing has a total different reason for a flashing light under it, or whatever the reason, right? We don't know if that thing, every time a light on top of what we think is an alien craft, isn't, instead of being a strobe, maybe it's something like a radar, and it's a doot, 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 doot. Every time it strobes, it's literally taking radar or lidar or some kind of weird technology of the whole area. We don't know. What we think is one thing may be totally different used on another planet or another civilization, right? Oliver Klein, you said the lights have other configurations and only show up in low orbit when landing. That could very well be. Maybe they don't need them when they're out there, right? And then just when they get into our space, our airspace, then they come on. I don't know. Bill, you said, I don't think humans can leave Earth anyway. We need the gravity, the moon, the water, the frequencies. Well, I mean, they don't have any gravity on the ISS. And if it is, it's so low because, it's still low Earth orbit, right? But they really don't need it. And you can see they still live. However, they have a problem if they're up there. Their bone density gets lighter and lighter. And that's a problem because obviously you can deteriorate. What are you doing? So this is the reason why they exercise, to keep the bone density, right? You see them on treadmills and doing other things, to try to keep that from, their bone density changing. Mike from Denmark, he said 50-50 extraterrestrial reverse engineered ET drones. That could very well be. Ricardo, I was thinking of the very same thing you just mentioned. You said, interestingly, the Nazi Bell looks a lot like the Kecksburg Acorn UFO incident, and that was a crash recovery. And, I was trying to remember the name of that. I was going to say, there's something else that looks just like that. So I'm glad you brought that up. Pat S., she said, the tic-tac is ours. I actually tend to believe you. And the reason for that is because, like I said, we've been building technology. It's so insane nowadays that robotic, dogs, animals, human beings, we're getting so close to being almost, not flawless, but we're getting pretty darn close. Robots can do almost everything a person can do now. And this is just a robot. If you were into propulsions, perfect example, just something simple. How about a combustion engine? Look where it's come since we started making combustion engines. I mean, it's so much more efficient and durable now. Now, not all of them, but like I wouldn't mind having an Iron Duke 2.5, which was a gutless wonder, but it was very dependable and was like built like a tank. So, just technology from then to now, very crude back in the 1800s to what we got now. The cars are insane. They drive themselves. They stop. They go. They do everything. Self-driving automobiles. And it's going to be a question of time. I mean, we have autopilot in planes right now, but picture them things doing absolutely, you don't need a pilot on the damn thing. Flies in and out of, airports, can judge the air traffic and everything else, and it pretty much knows all that. It's just a question of time, people. What are you doing? It's on top of my headphone wire here. Silly. Joe Blow 819 says there was a crazy laser show for New Year. Crazy, huge 3D projection in the sky. Those are cool. I've seen something like that. I've never been to one, but I've seen them online where they show that. It's wild. Sean, you said, I think ETs are very possible. Very possible. Your Mars videos pretty much prove this. Why else would they obscure the images? But I don't think that the crafts I've seen online have ever been fully, has never fully convinced me. And I agree. This is the reason why when they started coming up with this UFO stuff and said, well, some of them could be legit extraterrestrial. I'm not impressed. We know there's other beings out there. Now, the only thing that would, throw a wrench in that is that if we are, like was said before, we're like a civilization with amnesia, that perhaps way back thousands of years ago, we were more sophisticated than we are now. And of course, a catastrophe happened, pretty much knocked us in the dark ages, and then we had to come back up. This has happened several times. It is fact that every time we would, go forward like we are now, a catastrophic event happens and we get back knocked down to what? Basically the dark ages again. So we had to rebuild again. So how do we know back thousands of years ago we weren't traversing back and forth to Mars? How do you know we didn't live there first? So when I see that, and if it wasn't us thousands of years ago, then it was somebody else. So either way, our history is being suppressed, and they just don't want us to know, meaning the powers that be. They just don't want us to know our past. For what reason is beyond me. Long Island, New York, I didn't know you were in there. I might have had a glance at you, but when it went by, it just jumped right by. Good to see you in there, man. Long Island, New York is in the hizoo. I think there are plenty of alien crafts like the Tic Tac and probably very few that are military. It seems like the military genuinely can reverse engineer this tech. Can't reverse. I don't know, because even back in the day, they were talking about how UFOs, when they say, the Roswell, they said that they reverse engineered that. But I made this point before, too, and we'll talk about this briefly, where, remember back in the day, I said, if you notice any photos of UFOs, they were very crude. And as the years went by, you seen another UFO. They seemed seamless. They didn't seem clunky and old and junky kind of thing. They were like more boxy. Then they got more rounder. Then they got more rounded. Then they were cooler looking. Then they were this. Why? It's us making these, and we're getting better and better at it. Again, let's go back to an 1880 vehicle, because they even had electric vehicles back in the day. Boxy, clunky, 25, 30 miles an hour, wasn't worth the crap as far as I'm concerned. However, that was cutting edge back then. Look at the vehicles. If you can go like Back to the Future kind of thing, take like the best car we got right now, like even a Tesla, a Bugatti, or whatever, and go back to that time. Are you insane? That's like day and night difference. Day and night. The technology is like ungodly now, right? Danny East, you said the DOD hid the bodies. I think there's a memorial stone there. Yeah, they supposedly had found, got the bodies off that thing and everything. Alien Tano, he said 1800 to 1900 basic tech, 1900 to 2000 ongoing. Does anyone think we really have advanced that quickly? Seriously, I do. I actually do. Keep in mind when I say, it's a great question if you consider the public, we the people. We're still driving around in combustion engines. But what about the powers that be or the military itself? Like I said, I remember hearing, people trying to break land speed records back in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, right? Then they had the Blue Flame, which reached, I think, the speed of sound. And it was on the salt plains of Utah. I was like, wow, that's impressive. So what do? It's competition. It's always trying to strive for more efficient. How can you make that car, basically it's a rocket, can you make that car more efficient through the air, the drag coefficient? Like my car is like 0.23 drag coefficient. Can you make it less than that, therefore cutting through the air, therefore making it faster? Then, of course, you can up the power of the engine, whatever it may be, right? So you're always trying to reach and strive for something better, faster, stronger, more efficient, so on and so forth. So it's very possible, especially when it comes to the military, because what? We want to make the best technology, the best toys, you're top dog. So you're always going to push the limits to anything. So it would not surprise me. Again, we're going back to the SR-71, which is, like I said, blueprinted and put together or thought of in the 50s, became reality in the 60s, rather, and it wasn't unclassified till late 80s. So this thing was flying around and nobody knew about it. But look what it could achieve. The speeds that thing could achieve and the height they could go to. Crazy. So what do they have now? Rico, he said there might even have been a loss of advanced civilization of the type of, of a different race, kind of like Planets of the Apes in 1968. Exactly. See, when he comes back, remember that when he's like, oh, we finally did it, damn you, and all this other crap, right? So we basically killed ourselves off, and somehow the apes became more superior, right? But yeah, these catastrophes that Earth go through, or is it something we've done to ourselves, almost kill ourselves off, and then of course we slowly, the population comes back, we build again, and so we become what we think is smarter than ever before, and then you just get better, 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 better. So finally, yeah. Ricardo, he said, you were talking to me and Danny. He said the image on that article about LIDAR scan actually looks like the same as the pyramids on the Gulf off of east of. Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Is that my voice? You don't want none of this. My cat's looking at me like, he can I have some of that? You don't want tea. Ann Spence says technology leapfrogs. Well, yeah, I mean, especially, like I said, when you're a group that's looking to push the envelope, you're going to do it every time. Especially with the military, right? You got the best thinking minds on the planet to do this. Where just everyday civilians, we're just happy to just work, make some money, pay our bills, and go to sleep. So, I mean, of course, do other things, but you get what I'm saying. We're not going to see the advancements like the government will do. We're not going to see any of that. Odds and Crafts, he said, bigger, better, faster, stronger. Remind me of that Daft Punk song. Yeah, exactly. Ricardo, he said, sunken pyramids of Cuba submerged over 700 meters at 2,300 feet underwater. The Cuban city discovered by Paula Zaletsky and Paula. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Let me see. Long Island, New York, he said that Anunnaki may not be real. Apparently, Zachariah Sitchin made stuff up, but who knows? Well, I don't know. I mean, from what I understood, and I can't prove this 100%, but he was the only one, well, not the only one. He learned it was passed down to him how to read the writings from, supposed to be the Anunnaki and everything else. So I think there's a couple things that were mistranslated, but then they were reaffirmed that he was right. So even if there was only a small inkling of it that he was correct, and well, that's enough. I mean, that doesn't mean the whole story's true of it, but I think a lot of what he saw was actually real, meaning writings and stuff. Sean, you said, unfortunately, the distrust that powers that be have set means we can never believe a word they say. It's a real shame. When we look outside, what we see is not representative of what we should be. Well, exactly. I mean, Alien, you said, I'll put it another way. The Industrial Revolution didn't lead to an electrical revolution, not with outside help. The tech leap is just too vast compared to past centuries. I guess it depends on how you look at it, right? I mean, if you think about it, didn't they go hand in hand, though? Electrical revolution as well as, we'll say industrial technical, meaning, we said mechanical, if you will. It kind of goes hand in hand, because how do you make something more efficient? Simple things like refrigerators. Perfect example. You can get a refrigerator back in the 60s, which I'd rather have because it probably works still today, but you get the idea, right? So what's going to be more efficient, that or the one today? Probably not the best quality, but you get what I'm saying. So I think they kind of go hand in hand because you have to improve on all. But I get what you're saying. I do. Mark, you said David Adair said that they had a UFO at Roswell that kept trying to replicate the tech. Oh, they were trying to replicate the tech. Got so far, left it for a decade, then they went back, got some more tech, then left it for another decade, etc. You know why? Because they were trying to figure out, our technology had to come up in order to study their technology. Think about that. As crazy as that sounds, you go, we don't have the technology to actually, we don't know what the hell this thing is, or we don't know how to basically analyze it. So with new tech that we come up with, hey, let's go back and have a look at it again. Wait a minute. Well, now we can actually detect with this, maybe with something to see what the metals are made out of, or they say we got like fiber optics out of the one from Roswell. What is it for? If you go back in the 60s or the 50s, whatever, even the 40s, like when Roswell, right? We didn't have fiber optics. So we saw this clear tubes, mini tubes inside this one wire type thing. What the hell is that? It makes no damn sense. Oh, I don't know. If it never was functional, they wouldn't know what it was and what its job did in the spacecraft. So they wouldn't know if that's true. Meaning, if there was an actual fiber, they say it came from it, like microwaves. Like it was kind of designed off of that, something on that craft. Don't know for sure. So you have to have, it's kind of like taking old technology from the let's say the 1800s. So 1890s, somewhere in there when they had old cars and everything. Now, all of a sudden, if you could bring a new car from today back then and something went faulty, how do you fix it? You don't know what half of it is. If you were to introduce it to somebody back there, you just made it appear back in the 1890s or whatever, and they went, oh my God, this is a vehicle of some sort, but it's not functional. How do you have the technology to rip that apart and check it out and what it does and what each part consists of and what its function is? You don't. You wait. Makes perfect sense. I've heard the same thing. Valerian the Mac 3, what's going on? What's happening? Good to see you in there, man. Valerian, you said, let's see, imagine how the world would look now if ancient civilization made it to our present time. I mean, let's suppose, and it's kind of along them tracks, let's suppose that we didn't have any catastrophic events. In other words, floods, CMEs, coronal mass ejections, so on and so forth. Nothing that set us back into the dark ages. Can you imagine the technology we'd have today, right? Basically the question. You can imagine what we'd be able to do today. So, like I said, we are on a pole shift even right now. We're actually shifting right now. So within, I think it's like the 2030s, 2040s, weather's going to get so bad it's just going to become, unbearable or unbelievable. So it makes you wonder, when you think about that, because it's basically going to be almost an ending, event, Earth, or life-ending event. Some people survive, obviously. But let's suppose this does happen. Okay, so now we're being set back again. Kind of weird how they want to go to Mars. Be like, what, 2032? 2034? They're trying to rush us. Why? Now, don't get me wrong. We talked about this before. If this event does happen, it may happen on Mars too, which is kind of a pain and won't work. But on the other side of the token, if it only happens to Earth, then we still survive as a race. We don't lose the technology. We become, because think about that. Again, if you don't have any catastrophic event and doesn't set you back, well, there you go. It's literally, you'll be able to thrive. You'll keep the technology and you'll get more and more high tech. You won't be set back and reset every darn time this happens. And I think that's the reason why we are not where we're supposed to be today. Let's see. Pete Ferrari said if we followed the Tesla plan, Earth would be hundreds of years ahead of now. Well, again, there's so many variances that held us back. Like simple things, well, which is worldwide, but the government likes to, divide and conquer. Let's keep everybody racist. Let's keep everybody just fighting. Let's keep everybody, let's have warring between other countries, so on and so forth. It just perpetuates. We can keep the public busy while we're out doing our thing. So we don't know what's really going on because it's total different. It's detached from the public realm. So in other words, we have this high tech stuff going on with the military, the DoD, or whatever other, space agency or whatever may be involved with this. They're literally advancements like you wouldn't believe. They're doing advancements like this, like quantum leap kind of thing with advancements. So we don't know what they're up to and what they're able to do. I heard it was like 400 years ahead of our knowledge. In other words, they're ahead in technologically advanced kind of things they're building. So, and who's that guy that said, if you can dream it, we've already done it? I forget what his name is. Kind of a heavyset guy. Talked about that. He said, if you can dream it, we've already done it. Exactly, Ricardo. Yep. Walter Bosley has a good handle on the technological deficit we are suffering under. Since the 1850s, we've been deprived of real advancements. We are over 100 years behind where we should be. Now, think about this. Just simple phones, okay? Nothing special, right? Think about where phones were 10 years ago. Yeah, they've come a long way. So, leaps and bounds. Now, picture this in 100 years from now. We got the cars we got now. We're trying to go, solar and wind generators. We're doing this now. Picture this 100 years from now. There's going to be a lot of things going real, really advanced. T. Harrison, 004, what's going on? Good to have you in there. He said, we have very smart engineers that would try to back engineer it, just like the military is doing right now. Absolutely. Like I said, to get the best minds together and then figure it out. Valerian said, more and more is coming back, y'all. Yeah, and they said they're going to try to get a better look at it. Imagine that. Ricardo Petralli says, CEO of Skunkworks said that, Chris. Yeah, imagine that. Well, the thing is, it's like I said, I mean, so Skunkworks, if you look into them, they're involved in a lot of military stuff, obviously. But, I mean, they're into a lot of these things that are highly technical. You know what I mean? So it does not surprise me that they're butt deep in this stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we had mobile phones in World War II, bricks, of course. Well, yeah, and that's exactly right. Most of them things were either just radio. Remember the big clunky things they had? And then, of course, we had those other real... Again, how many people had actual phone in their house, and, what did the military have compared to what we had? Now, that doesn't mean that we didn't have phones, but I'm just saying... it's like kind of like TVs and then color TVs. How many people had that when they first came out? It was new technology. Now look at the TVs now. I mean, it's just, that's leaps and bounds. You're going from an old tube type TV that the tube section chassis was bigger than the actual tube itself. Why? Because it was so bulky. You got power tubes, audio tubes, you got rectifier tubes, you got all kinds of crazy stuff in these things. Now everything's done with SMTs. SMCs, surface mount components. They're all microscopic. And working on them things, you might just throw it out the window because it's just worthless. Before you go, oh, tube's bad, put another one in, you're ready to rock. But it was big, bulky, inefficient. What it is now, totally different. T. Harrison, you said, I've been watching Mars Anomalies for years. I usually don't watch the live shows, but I'm sure, see my name. I have. I absolutely have. You jump in there and you leave some comments and stuff, and definitely appreciate it. Pete Ferrero, he said, the advanced technology is for military governments and money, never the human species as a whole. Well, again, we're just the public. We serve no purpose to the military and their advancements. Zero. The only thing you get passed down is like a microwave oven. It used to be microwaves for whatever. Now it's, we'll just introduce it to a box you can cook your food in. I mean, so you get the watered down versions of what the military found to come up with. And don't get me wrong, not everything's in the military, right? But the thing is, ideas may have come down from there, but other people designed it. Enrico, you said, I'm still fascinated with steam boiler engine technology. Yeah, pretty wild. But again, it was cutting edge back then. Margot, you said AI Loeb tracked his interstellar objects by analyzing data made available to him by the U.S. military. Well, see, this is what I'm getting at. It's like he's got a motive, and he wants to know what it is. Think about this. Remember when he came out and he talked about Amora? What did they do? They laughed at him. They scoffed at him. He said, I think it's some kind of, ancient civilization, some kind of spacecraft or something along them lines. All his peers laughed at him. But he said, first of all, it doesn't act like any rock we've ever seen. It doesn't have a tail. It doesn't show the same characteristics as a comet or an asteroid. Shows zero. It's basically just, end on end going through space. So... it makes you wonder. I mean, he's got a good, legit argument. I mean, he really does. And yet, his peers laughed at him. Marco, you said, so the military can track stuff coming into the solar. Absolutely. In fact, they're trying to put more and more of these satellites out in space to detect things that are coming out. And of course, you got people in observatories watching from every direction, seeing what things are coming in, things are going out, the time, the date, and everything else. And then they see it come in next year, and they can see it getting closer, faster, whatever. And so they know, they keep track of these items way back in the day, well, when they first saw them, rather. So they can judge if they're at one point, they're going to hit Earth. Yeah, exactly, Valerian. Enjoying your radiation food? Hell yeah. That's why they always say if you cook with a microwave, just let it sit, let the radiation fall out. Oliver Klein, you said some bigger companies had phone lines. Absolutely. But again, we're talking about big companies, right? For you to even afford, like we were talking about earlier, antique, like, well, we call them antiques now, but the TVs back in the day, you had to be loaded, super rich. Why? New technology. Again, now you look at that TV now, you look at it now, it's like, oh my God, I got this TV here. The electronic board's this big. I mean, it does it all that big, bulky TV used to do. Crazy. Woo. Oh. Well, we're going to be looking at more of these moon photos, by the way, too. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm fascinated with the whole thing. I think there's a lot going on, and I love the idea that people legitimately are trying to find if there's life out there. Now, I think they've already known this for a long time. Well, here's the thing. If you were to believe, and if we know that some of these things are extraterrestrial, meaning crafts, there's your answer. There's your answer. Where are these things coming from? If they're otherworldly, then we know there is other life out there. Simple as that. But is the military playing games making you look like, yeah, it's a false invasion? Remember how many times we talk about that? Like Rhea talked about that, saying, oh, we're going to have a false invasion, some kind of, And I'm not surprised. But what's the reason? It's almost like in some ways they're trying to get you desensitized because none of these supposed UFOs has done anything that would kill anybody. Now, we read about things, how some of these things are over military bases, and guess what? They would shut down silos, missile silos and stuff like that, but nowhere did they kill anybody. So are they just going like, mom goes to a child, goes, bad boy, stop that kind of thing, without hurting anybody. Now, it's different if you get abducted and you get probed. Well, that's different. It's like, okay, we're going to be your proctologist for the day. But you get what I'm saying. It's kind of like if there was really bad aliens, they would have terminated this a long time ago. Simple as that. I'm not even sure how to even pronounce your name. AO. Scientists have no idea what caused Mars' magnetic field to collapse. And after watching Chris's videos, I think an advanced civilization was using Mars' magnetic field to generate energy. Well, that could very well be, or maybe they're much more advanced. Maybe they can collect solar power with ease. You know what's really weird? It's funny we mentioned about magnetic fields and Mars and everything else. I saw a photo where it showed I think it was a sunrise. I can't be 100% sure. The sun was just as large in the sky as it is here on Earth. I'm going, okay, so wait a minute. It's so much further than, the Earth from the sun. They claim it doesn't get that much sun. Okay, so that goes out the window because anything that was solar powered, if it's that weak of sun, meaning it's not getting that much sunlight, what's allowing these objects, meaning, well, I should say, when I say objects, I mean helicopter, that's solar powered. We've got, at the time, we had the Spirit rover and the Opportunity rover. Solar powered. So it's getting more sunlight than they claim. It's warmer than they claim. I got cat fur up my nose. Oh, wait a minute. What? So you've got all of these things. We know that the sky is blue. Now, there is storm, so it does go red at times. There's more on Mars than what they're claiming. Now, it may have a lack of water, but there's still water on Mars. We know that. And we're talking about H2O. We're not talking about brine. Although there's that too. Simply Steve, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, LOL, probing hurts. Get it, hurts? That's bad. Not good. Ricardo Petrozzi said 2 possibilities that cause Mars magnetic fields to collapse. 1, the nuclear weapons detonate on Mars, Van Flandern theory. Or 2, nova from our sun. Either one. Yep. Very good possibility. J.G. Beckett, what's going on? Says greetings. Good to have you in there, man. I think it had a lot to do with those nuclear explosions, to be honest with you. Now, don't get me wrong. Some time after that, when you have solar flares and everything else, it could have almost completely, killed basically the magnetic field, right? Alien Tenno, 432 hertz, the rhythm of the universe. Not to mention it's a calming frequency for the body. T. Harrison, you said you told me so well. Now I can pick hidden crap in all a NASA photo. Now I can't unsee it. Well, and that's the thing. You got to adapt your eyes. And like I always say, look into a photo, not at it. Anybody could just peruse over them. Just, oh, okay, yeah, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Look for the weirdness in the videos or the photos, I should say, where you're looking at these things and you're going, okay, I'm seeing a square within this almost oval rock. Okay, how is this possible? So is it possible that they overlaid something over an object? These are signs you should be looking for. You can see some things are almost sticking out where you can see them somewhat clearly. I'm going to say 70% clearly. But you got to get rid of the darkness that they might be putting on the video. I mean, in the photo. The red filtering they put on these photos. The other censoring, spot blurring, digitization. They're putting like these little tiny weird squares over it. It's just a range and assortment of things they're doing. It's crazy how much they try to do. She's trying to grab the microphone here. You want to talk? Want to talk? Come on. Talk. Good. No? She don't want to talk. She's good. Oliver, you said mass attracts mass, so materials are gassy, which then lay down in layers. So there is oxygen on all planets. It's only about how much, how dense, and how, Well, because they say more oxygen settles to the ground. So if you are on Mars, and maybe you're just a creature that walks around, maybe you're getting all the oxygen you need and you don't have to worry about it, right? So it gets less and less, like here on Earth, less and less oxygen, more thinned out. So, but there's more on Mars than they're saying. No doubt about it. T. Harrison, thank you. Appreciate that. You said that you're the first person to open my eyes. Thank you. I just like to analyze photos myself. I'm no different than anybody else here. I look at it and I go, just something seems off. What is it? Rip the photo apart, find out what it is, and if you get your eyes trained to see the censoring, the different ways of censoring, then you could try to, and I'm not going to say reverse because it sounds weird because you really can't take away a blur, although you can pull some stuff through the blur. Like I've noticed, you can have a big blurry area. I can go like this with just a slight burn tool, and you can go right through it almost and get rid of it, and there's something sitting behind it. What it is, you'll never know what it is. Or there's some kind of object that you can bring through it. It's just bizarre what they do to these photos, but it can be done. Hold on, where does this thing go? Joe Blow, you said Sabre jet just flew over me. Cool. Huh. Ricardo, question. You said if the composition of Mars, which this thing would quit, If the composition of Mars' atmosphere is 90% carbon dioxide, well, at least that's what they're telling us, and I'm not so sure that's true. But then why isn't it warmer? Well, it's probably escaping because really is no atmosphere. Again, what they tell us. A lot of it does escape. Now, if you remember, I'm trying to remember what they were talking about as, and I don't want to say it verbatim because I won't remember that, but kind of like when they talk about ice when it melts, it just sublimates. I guess it's just like a gas turns into a gas, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It basically turns into a gas and goes out into the atmosphere. Well, what was supposed to be an atmosphere just goes out into space, right? My argument is that, well, then why are there clouds? Now, it is a gas. I mean, they're vapors, right? They're water vapor, right? So you would think the last of that, because they've been saying it's going on for what, millions of years, then I wouldn't think the thing would be completely stripped. Would there still be, does anybody know the answer to this? Does anybody know if there'd be any oxygen or any clouds at all on that planet? I mean, obviously you could have evaporation to have clouds, right? We know that. You get enough vapor in the air that clouds form, and then of course you get so much vapor that it cannot handle it, so it comes down as liquid. It will rain. So you have a water cycle, which is, we already know it does in certain parts. So no doubt about it, but it's just wild because the way they claim, some things are just contradictory to what they claim. That's all. Nuclear war on Mars was possible, as I watched a video somewhere on YouTube that claimed that the same radiation found on Mars was identical to specific radiation used in... yeah, exactly. Yep, xenon 29, or xenon 29, and other chemicals. They found radioactive isotopes and everything else. Just like you would see, like you said, nuclear weapons here. I mean, my question is, if this is all true, did they kill themselves off? Because, I mean, how close are we to doing that to ourselves? Did they kill themselves off? Did somebody else kill themselves and kill them? I don't know. J.G. Beckett, you said the human presumption is that other potential life requires the same essentials for life as life on Earth. When that doesn't seem logical, being life on Earth, on another, not Earth planet. Well, yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, the atmosphere could be totally different or slightly different composition. So you might breathe more carbon, which wouldn't make any sense because we're obviously oxygen life forms. But you still have a bunch of, like different oxygen and other molecules in our composition of our atmosphere. Now, you would adapt to your planet as you evolve. So yeah, it could be just slightly different for all we know. There could be a planet that's got a lot of composition just like us, but maybe not as much gravity. So therefore, you'd be more taller and spindly, like they say that you would be on Mars. If you were born, raised, and could live there, you'd be a lot more taller. And you'd be able to probably adapt to a lot less oxygen than here on Earth. In other words, it's like going in, like we were talking about earlier, somebody just said earlier, if you're like 2,000 to 4,000 feet up on a mountain, it's a lot thinner air. And yet there's people that live up there, and they're fine. They function completely fine. Where people who live on, basically, down to the water level kind of thing, if you will, much further down, you're much more oxygen. But if you went up on the mountain where they're at, you'd be gasping for air. Yeah, pretty much, JGU. He said the Goldilocks zone reasoning is based on this presumption. Well, yeah, I mean, as far as temperature-wise and water-wise, right? As far as temperature, as far as too hot or too cold, that kind of makes sense in a sense. But there's extremophiles that live in really extreme temperatures, right? Either really hot or really cold. So they're saying generally, if you're within this window of temperatures and this oxygen and this water that's on this planet, if you're generally in there, then chances are you'll be somewhat similar to what we are. Obviously, you're not going to be spot on and be exact, right? So we know that. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, it makes a big difference. Oops. All right, there it is. Let's see. Valerian said, my blue skies is full of chemtrails today. Imagine that. A lot of people have been saying this. What's going on with the damn chemtrails? Ricardo, you said, yes, Mars' atmosphere is indeed thin, and then the charged particles from the sun do indeed strip it away. Because of the lack of a magnetic field to protect it like Earth, even with 95%, its density is not. Exactly. So, but again, we're talking about, when they talk about how, like, what they thought was more carbon ice, they said, well, when it, melts, it just sublimates and it just turns into a gas. Okay, I'll follow that. But then the poles reappear like it does here on Earth every season. In other words, it gets colder, the caps get larger. I said, okay, so what's putting it back? Now, I understand pressure is a big part to play in that. But we also have, you have a rain cycle or, a water cycle. And I said, I'm telling you right now, I believe that there's actually H2O on there as well. So what they found was the same thing we have here on Earth. We have H2O, and then we have carbon ice on top of that. Same thing we have here on Earth. I said, okay, so why isn't that water vaporizing and just going out into space? Maybe it's not quite what they say it is. Now, I'm not saying they're completely lying to us, but on the other side of the token, how do you believe them? Yeah, I know what you meant. You said Flandin. It's Vandenberg, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Tim Houston, what's going on? You said maybe the survivors are underground. Very good possibility. Oliver Klein said, think if you stay long enough, no problem to breathe, but hard to go along with it. Yeah, in other words, to stay there for a long period of time, right? Oops. Planetary Protector, what's going on? Good to have you in there. He said, hello, Rivera. Sorry I'm late. Better late than never. Oh. Sorry, baby. Put you up over here. Oh. You try to keep your legs still for a certain amount of time when you got somebody on your lap, like a cat or a dog, and you're like, oh my God, it's killing me. Ricardo, there you go. I presume, you presume, we presume, they presume. It must be true then. Yeah, you try not to make presumptions if you can, right? You want to just be open-minded, but I'd love to know the truth, all of it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I remember, Ricardo, we were talking about this before, where they had that interview with that guy that, he was the technician for the drill on the Curiosity rover. When, like I said, he had, because if you look at the drill, it actually has a drill bit, and it has what looks like a glass tube surrounding it, right? So when it's like this, it's a glass tube almost near the bottom, and when it drills, it picks up the soil, goes into the spectrometer, and then analyzes this sand. Well, the guy says, well, sometimes it gets stuck in there. He goes, what do you mean gets stuck in there? He goes, well, yeah, it's damp soil. It has a rain cycle, a water cycle. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, we found out that it has, Mount Sharp, being in Gale Crater, it has a water cycle. I was like, I'll be damned. And this is years ago, the guy was talking about that. And I went, okay. And I was talking about how the polar caps, Okay, makes sense. Now we're talking water cycles. Okay, makes sense. Again, it's all about putting the big puzzle together, and you can pretty much come up with, okay, Mars is much more than what they're claiming it is. So, when they say temperatures, it's like 100 below zero right now. Bull, bull, bull. I don't believe that for a moment because, they're all down in the equatorial region or pretty darn close, right? I think they're just north of it or right on it. That's going to be the warmest part of that planet. Why else would you go anywhere else? It's kind of like when you go to the equatorial region here on Earth, Amazon jungle, going to Florida, all these places that are near that, it's much warmer, at least as a rule, right? So where would you find an abundance of life? Near the warmest tropical part of a planet, any planet. Tim, you say, hey, Chris, good to see you. Same here, Tim. Glad you're here. News drift. I wonder if when the astronauts finally land on Mars, if there will already be a Starbucks there. Now, there can be nothing there. They'll be a little disappointed, but there will be a McDonald's, so those should be good. The green tea's kicking over there, too, by the way. Valerian, you said, a kitty. Linda Howell has cats, too. Yeah, she's got like 2 or 3 of them, I think. Oliver, he said, if you have sun and water, it will evaporate to a specific oxygen level and pressure. Mike, you said, Chris, you are remembering to hydrate. Oh, yeah. Archer Krause, you said, all over Mars looks like little puffball mushrooms and these things that are presume are plants, but who knows? They look like baseball bat shaped. Well, yeah, I mean, they have those, and I think they might be, I'm trying to remember if they were from volcanic at one point on Mars. They look like these small balls and stuff like that. It's been a while since I've read up on them, but yeah, interesting. Pete, you said Europe is boiling. Plenty of life there. Speaking of which, have you guys had some really weird weather lately? I mean, we have yet to hit the 100-degree mark. Don't get me wrong. Right now, it's actually cooled down because we're at, a little after. It's like just about 10 past 6 here in my time zone. And it's 74 degrees. Of course, it's like might as well be 100% humidity. But it's cooled down because of the storms. Joe Boy said, I don't want to go. Must later. Okay, man, if you take it off, good to see you in there, and thanks for jumping in there, right? But the weather's been really weird here. It's just like we have not had, we had some warm temperatures, don't get me wrong, but we haven't had it like we usually get it. Like June was kind of weird. Wasn't really, hot, but you go out west and down south, it's like you might as well be in a broiler. It's crazy. T. Harrison, you said, I do believe Mars has its own atmosphere. I think you're right. I do. Ayo, I think it is. When it comes to Mars and the universe, nothing can be ruled out, as one day advanced civilization will find it hard to believe that intelligent life once lived on Earth. Well, yeah, because, at some point, what happens if we got wiped out completely? Not a human being to talk about, no animals, no nothing. We can see that... they'd come back and they'd probably find some ancient civilization. Funny enough, it'll probably be the pyramids and not our structures because basically, Mother Nature will take over. And if you go back, if you go to 1,000 years, you may not find anything left of, our civilization. But yet, probably pyramids will still be standing. Tommy Cockles hasn't stopped raining in the UK. Well, yeah, just really, really weird weather. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's just the same way with you, Ricardo, right? Very crazy for Scotland, very warm, very humid. And that's what's really weird. People are seeing weather that they've never seen before. Like, it's breaking all kinds of records. Yeah. But like I said, look it up. We are actually suspicious observers. Go check out his channel. We are actually on a pole shift as we speak. This is the reason why you're getting crazy weather. And like I said, let's see. Within another 10, 15 years, I wouldn't say game over, but I would say at least the weather's just going to get more and more wild. It's not going to be a light switch turned on. It's just going to be more and more wild weather, stuff that you would not think in a million years could happen in your region. And then at some point, it's just going to go completely haywire. And good luck to everybody. Archer Crafts, he said, "Oh, thank you, Chris. I'll look into that. That makes a lot of sense. I have seen a few Earth rocks, LOL, that are blobby from magma when it cools down quickly. Can't remember the name of the mineral." News Drifter, he said, "Evidence is mounting about what may be wealth of organic molecules, a potential indicator of life on Mars, with new findings from NASA's Perseverance rover." Yeah, I know what they've been saying that. Remember that? They were saying that about organic molecules lately. And hell, that went back at least a year maybe ago. They were talking about that, where they have seen that they had found that. And I'm saying to myself, listen, I've done a video where there's many videos. I've probably done, off the top of my head, about 5, where you can see like something's flying in the sky. You see like these little tiny things, look like little bugs or whatever, with motion blur behind it. Now, most people argue it's probably just a micron of dust, just happens to be whipping around in the air. Okay, I'll go with that. That's easy enough. And like I said, I've always said, okay, that makes sense. However, if it's that windy at that particular time, would there be a lot more in the air and not just that 1 or 2? But there's only 1 or 2. Like that same situation, which is much more evident that there's something flying in the skies, was the one that large, whatever it was over the top of Ingenuity helicopter as it was flying. It was circling the helicopter. Now, if you listen to NASA, they claim it's a micron of dust. I went, oh, okay, again, I'll go with that. We got 2 opposing helicopter blades. It's kicking up dust. Why the 1? Well, they said, well, it's close to the camera, so therefore, okay. Again, why the 1? I'm not buying it. You can literally see this thing come into frame, goes back out of frame, comes back in, comes back another direction, comes back. Now, don't get me wrong. If it's in a whirlwind, it can actually, fly all over the place. Makes sense. But this thing is big, and it's over because it doesn't have a defined shadow. So they're passing it off like it's some kind of micron of dust, and you just happen to see that thing just kind of swirling around. Okay. But if you ever watch a helicopter, any helicopter, military, doesn't matter what it is, you can see the dust come up, goes around, and then just blows outward. This thing's circling the helicopter. Come on. And it's only 1 micron of dust, but those opposing blades, okay. Don't believe that. I don't believe it for a minute. There's something flying in the skies there. I think this thing's crawling around on Mars. I think there's life on Mars as we speak. The atmosphere is not what they claim it is. Again, I've read a story a while back, and I've said this over and over again, where Curiosity was in the shade and registered a temperature of 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Please spare us. Danny East, he said, "Oi, what's Chris' view on the latest UFO whistleblower?" Yeah, who is that anyway? Who was just talking about this recently? Oh, somebody was just talking about this on one of their podcasts, and they mentioned this person's name, and they said, "Well, it's probably that person taking that person's, over that person now." It's like grabbing the torch and running with it. And I don't remember what they said. T. Harrison, you said, "I believe there's a little people on Mars. It could be due to low atmosphere." Well, my thing is, I can't say yay or nay. I'm on the fence about that. Because when you see certain things. They look like structures on the ground, and they don't look like they're a foot high, which is really weird, right? But are they structures or are they something else? Again, no way to vet any of this. I got so much cat fur flying around, it's pathetic. Probably have to shave her. No, I'm kidding. But here's the thing. It's kind of like, okay, so when you see these objects, they look like mini structures laid out on the ground in some of these photos. And you go, well, there's no way to judge how tall or the distance from the rover. However, there's been a couple where the rover, either the wheel or the deck of the rover with the wheel is in the photo. You go, okay, hold on. And you can guess, okay, that's about 15, 20 feet away. And you go, okay, if it's 15, 20 feet away, this thing is not very big. What the hell is it? These things, the aliens, well, when I say aliens, the Martians are probably this darn tall. Doesn't make much sense, does it? To us, on our planet, it makes zero sense. Now, I don't think they would be that small, but we don't know. We have no way of knowing this. And then there's times where I see structures or things that are there that look immense. I mean, really, really big. So, you know, what we could be seeing is debris on the ground. It could be anything. It could be stuff laying on the ground. It could be parts of structures just laying around, and they kind of look like they're kind of laid out like that. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's bizarre stuff. Tim Houston, is that the guy's name? He said that whistleblower's interviewer, Ross, okay, has no business calling himself a journalist. All right, T. Harrison, you said you're getting out of here. You said, love you, Chris, but I have to go. I'll watch you later, your video later. Bye, guys. Have a great day. You do the same thing. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for commenting and questioning. Always good to have you in there, and, glad you made it in. So you have the rest of the good weekend, or your weekend good. Yep, great for all. What's going on? I'm here, super late. Yeah, you are, man. Hope you have a hall pass. Tim Houston, he says, stuff in the 50s, 70 years ago. Yep. Oh, okay. I think I know what's his name? Grush, whatever his name is. Tim Houston, you said, and that guy Grush, or whatever his name is all hearsay. Most of them are. This is what I'm saying. When we talked about Corbet, or whatever his frickin' name is, to me, this guy is a windbag. Now, I'm not saying that there's no truth to what he's saying, but it seems like he gets a little less information, and he just blows it up to embellish. And, most people are swallowing that. And I'm like, listen, he's like, well, you got, what's his name? Elizondo. Oh, I got videos of this and I got videos of that. I can't show it to you. Oh, of course you can't. Then why mention it? To me, it sounds stupid to do that. Like, it's like he's like dangling a carrot in front of you. I've got videos. Can't show it right now, but maybe someday. Oh, good. I'm going to stay tuned. That's how you keep people on the end of the line, guys. Boom, boom, boom. He's just fishing. That's all he's doing. All right, David Gruch. I have to look him up because I think I've seen the guy's name. I just have not seen any interviews and none of that sort. Danny East, you said Gruch. That's it. Sounds like a DOD promotion to me. Well, that could very well be. News Drifter, he said, an international team of researchers rovers have already found signs of advanced life and form, fungus-like Martian specimens, according to a paper in the journal Advanced in Microbiology. And, I'm not surprised. Remember, folks, I've been saying this for a long time. This is what I was talking about. They're going to start off real slow. Real slow. Well, first it's, microscopic, then it's macro, okay? Then we're going to find some kind of weird fungus or some small kind of plant, something indigenous, like I said, like a fungus or some kind of what's the word I was using before? Could be any of that sort. Something along like a moss or something like that. Be very small. Wait a minute. Inside that grass or whatever we found, there seems to be microscopic life in there. Then it's going to slowly move on. Oh, wait a minute. We just came across this. went around this corner, and for some reason, this other plant life is growing here. We can't understand why. It's going to get bigger, bigger. Then finally going to slowly let it out. But we'll all be dead and gone by the time that happens. And by time that happens, we'll have a civilization on Mars. And once they build the civilization there, that's when they're really going to just blow it to the public. Because they're going to go, by the way, we now found out that there used to be an ancient civilization on Mars. Why would it not blow your mind then? Because we've already conquered Mars. We're on Mars. So now you're going to go, oh, that was cute. That's kind of wild, though. I mean, there was a civilization there. Well, that's cool. You'll want to know a little bit about it. But you because we'll conquer that feat, then we're just going to go, wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, cool. We've done it. Maybe somebody at some point did it. Oh, cool. And that'll be the end of it. Sad. Because, like I said, because they won't tell you nothing right now. Just keep it, mum's the word. But as far as I'm concerned, there's been life on that planet for, probably thousands of years before it got killed off or died off. J.G. Beckett, you said, even on Earth, ants and termites are life. They are small, they are organized, and they a complex life, and they build structures. Absolutely. And the thing is, they work together as a team, too. They're just, when you watch ants, when they have to accomplish, like, getting over, like, a little river, have you seen that where they're, like, literally joined together like a chain? Yeah. Smarter than you think. Well, here's the thing, too. Like, I think it was, I forget how long ago it was when I was looking at that video where I had, I think there's like 10 children in the pool. And I talked about this before, where these animals are very intelligent, whether it's aquatic or whether it's, mammals, things on land, where they took dolphins and they put them in a pool, or one of them in the pool, and they could literally sniff out one child that had cancer. And he had stomach cancer or something like that. It could tell. It literally went to him and started like poking his stomach or something like that. How did this darn animal know that? We're not even smart enough to know what they think. Mosquito in your ears. What's going on? Good to see you in there. He said they found so much stuff that was gigantic, like the 5-sided pyramids, mile wide, 800-foot face. Are you talking about on Mars? Oops, it jumped on me here. Arts and crafts, you said it'll be like Stonehenge, for example, just there. Yeah, exactly. They're going to say, oh, look at that. We found this structure here at one point. Now, keep in mind, up to that point, we're literally using the rovers to take a close look, high-definition look at these objects. And with the arm, it can move it around and, kind of tip it over and do what it's got to do and then take close-up pictures, so on and so forth. Okay, we see what that is. We can hit a laser on that particular object, see what the composition is of that. So let's say there was a circuit board laying there. They can hit that thing and you can tell what its composition is. Well, he's pretty close, right? So they can tell what's going on and what this thing's made out of. It's already doing that now, even though we're not manned. It's unmanned, and it's doing the work for us. So once they get to an object, probably tell it to stop, and then they can control it. They see the object, and they can control it, let it do its thing, and then it shoots a laser at it, sniffs out the composition, and then knows what it is and sends back the information. News Drifter, he said, so they will put a giant sunglasses and mustache on the face of Mars so people don't recognize it. Yeah, there you go. Mosquito in your ears. You said the Hopi talk about ant people, but they were not tiny. Yeah, exactly. They said they supposedly had come up from the ground, right? Like they were once ground dwellers and come up from underground, right? Marco Zalad, you said night all. Thanks for the chat. Okay, Marco, thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you hanging in there with us and having a good time. You have yourself a good weekend there, right? News Drift, he said, what if they land on Mars and find a nearly totally buried Statue of Liberty? Not the Planet of the Apes. Well, listen, they've already found plenty of structures, things that we don't know what they are, but they found what looks like, I see like what looks like a lot of mechanical and structural things. Even some things that actually look like automobiles, which is really bizarre. That one I've got, I think it's from Opportunity Rover Spirit, one of the two. I don't remember what it is now. It looks very much like vehicles we'd have here. And as crazy as that sounds, you know, people go, oh, like I said, when I first introduced that, and this was years ago, I said, oh, I think there was some kind of vehicles like what we have here on Earth. People are like, oh, yeah, whatever, dude. It's like, this guy thinks his car's on Mars. Poet didn't even know it. But here's the thing. Again, I've said this a million times. Just because you assume, again, we're assuming, that there's another civilization there far more advanced than us. Why? What happens if it was 75, maybe, let's go way off. Let's go 500 to 1,000 years ago. Let's suppose this stuff has been sitting there that long. I don't think it's been that long, but let's just for argument's sake, we'll go with that. I don't care what civilization you are, you had to start off small and grow. So in other words, what we're doing now is we had what? We had horseback. Then we went to horse and buggy. Then we went to steam engines, steam cars. Then we went to electric cars. Then we went to combustion, regular combustion. And then we're electric. You know, we fast forward, we're electric, hydrogen, hybrids, so on and so forth. We are all that, okay? So we had to have grown. Now we're going to be doing flying cars. There's one that's already, is it the FAA? Where they've already approved one of these flying cars. So these things will be autonomous, so you'll be able to get in it. Okay, I'm going to work. It's going to be able to look around. It's going to know if there's another one in the area. It's going to take a different route. It's going to fly you wherever you got to go. Boom, you land your vehicle, you go to work. Get back in it, like the Jetsons, okay? Only it'll be autonomous. So we're evolving our technology, but that doesn't mean we had flying cars right from the word go. So when people come up with it, oh, this guy's an idiot. How could he possibly... How are you so close-minded to think that they automatically, just because, what do they do? As soon as the civilization just appeared, they were just like the Jetsons? Come on, man. You have to, like change. You've got to evolve. Your technology, everything evolves. It changes for the better, you would hope. So, yeah. You know what, Pete? I've seen that commercial for that. Just want to say Stars on Mars is a dumb program. I haven't watched it. It does look incredibly stupid. Has anybody else watched it? Lots of crowds. She said any non-believer can watch the video and be like, holy poop, there's a car on Mars. If it's not a car, it looks a lot like what we have here. Now, I don't dismiss it because it's not in the realm of possibilities. How do we know, and I've said this before, and this could be so far-fetched, but when they had the Viking lander and orbiters, they came down, landed here. Well, not here, but on Mars. 1975, 1976. Took photos, and I also believe that they probably took a sound bite, but I'm going to leave it at the photos, rather. And they seen what looked like structures, seen what looked like vehicles, and maybe that's how they got their ideas to design what we have today. Again, speculation. But again, is it out of the possibilities? Exactly, Mosquito. As you said, they have pictures of vehicles in ancient Egypt and ancient Colombia of planes and tanks, just like Hancock says. We have amnesia and forgot our past. Well, you're talking about the Sakara bird, which looks like a beak of a bird, but has wings like a plane. Even has a rudder. Okay? So when they put this thing in the wind tunnel, they said this thing could actually fly. And I don't remember, I don't know if you guys remember, there was a guy that actually built one, scaled it, and built it, and it flew. So it definitely has lift. It definitely can fly. So where did they come up with that idea? It's one thing to have just the wings out. You go, they just didn't know how to shape the wings properly for a bird. But it had a rudder, too. Had a tail fin. Man, is it really pizza and barrel clock already? Man. Yeah, I haven't heard that. Ricardo said there's a flying car under development called the Jetson. Was it the Jetson or was something else? There's another one that just came out. They said they actually approved it, but I don't think it was the Jetson. I could be wrong. But that's funny. Autographs, he said, agreed, Chris. I was just referring to what you said. Definitely some mechanical stuff. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Yep. Alien 10 on the Egyptian light bulb. Remember the Baghdad battery? Same thing. And it's not hard to do. We used to do that in school as little science projects. You have like a certain amount of acid, and of course you got your cathode, your anode, and you'd put it together, boom, boom, boom. You get some voltage out of it. You get like 4 or 5 volts out of it. You know, put a bunch of those batteries together, and you can actually melt gold. Like they said, they'll use it for gold plating. Of course, other people think they were using it for something else, like actual light bulbs. Now, people are like, well, how could they possibly have a light bulb? Well, they were trying to figure out why there's no like soot or anything on the walls where there's supposedly torches to light the corridors or basically corridors and these what do you call it? These pyramids. So they're trying to figure out how do they do that. Some people thought of the copper mirror kind of thing where they can angle it and just keep having it reflect off. But they said eventually that would die as far as reflection and light coming from them. They'd be highly polished and it'd be almost possible you'd lose it. So there's so many different ways they're trying to figure out how they did this. Mosquito in your ears, he said the real Jimmy Roberts shows detailed ruins on Mars. Exactly. There's a lot of people doing these. He does a good job. Yeah, no, it's a good question, Ricardo. You know, Josh D, I wonder where he's at. JG Beckett, you said Google quantum levitation or quantum locking with superconductors. One can levitate an object on a magnetic track, frictionless motion, and can carry weight with the gravitational fields. Well, it's kind of like the gravity trains, right? What do they call that? I just had it. Oof. Anyway, it basically repels the train off the track, but keeps it within the rails. Exactly, Steve Garnamy said that bird was in the very first Ancient Aliens episode. Yep. Yeah, that's when they were cool. Then they went stupid. Like I said, they were like, I said this before. It was funny. It says, was Sasquatch or Bigfoot an alien? I went, I'm done. They just went stupid. Renee, yeah, there you go. Elon Musk already got the flying car. It's in space now. Yeah, no James either, yep. Man. Tim, you said, I think I saw Josh over at the Dog Journalist show a couple weeks ago. Man. Not even right. Traitor. No, I'm kidding. Listen, go where you find the information and you're mostly entertained. That's what it's all about. Okay, JJ, yeah, he said, yes, exactly the concept. What do they call that? I forget what the magnet rail or some, I forget what it's called. It's some weird thing, but it's got like magnet or something in it. But really, really cool. Yeah, exactly. Yep. JG, yep. Quantum levitation, however, does not require to be locked on a track. Again, exactly. Oh, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's pretty interesting. I like it. But I mean, how long have they had this technology? This is what I'm saying. Now, picture a military being much more advanced. You know what I mean? Like they're like striving to get like either weaponry or to be as sophisticated they can be so that they can be, top dog, whatever country it may be. So pushing the envelope, like I said, Tommy, you said, I noticed the guy on Ancient Aliens, his hair gets madder every season. Talking about Sukalos, right? He's funny as shit. He's a good guy, but his hair's like, it looks like he has his finger, it's like stuck in a socket or something. Equalizer, what's happening? He said, sorry, all very late, but here. Glad to see the usual crowd. Oh, yeah. Ricardo, yeah. That's what he'd say, too, exactly. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you. He said, James Cragen says, for those lens, for the guys, CGI JPL boys. Yeah, poor guys. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, he's a trip when he says that. Poor guys need some, what do you call it? Some towels to clean them lenses. Alien Tenor, you said if there's no water, oxygen on Mars, humans can't live there. That's the bottom line. Well, yeah, because you definitely need water, right? You know that. You can't go, 3 days without it? 4 days? I forget what it is. I think you can do 7 days on water, but you can't be without it. Food's a different story. Forget how it is. One of the two. But yeah, they can, okay, mosquito in your ear. You said, Abydos. Okay, gotcha. The only way they could live Alien Tenor was if, they kind of do it on the ISS, right? They recycle their urine, basically, and they drink that, which is ultimately disgusting. But anyway, it goes to, through all kinds of processes, and it's like clean water. You'd never know what you were drinking that. You could do that, but you have to have a source to begin with, right? You got to drink in order to pee. So at some point, and as far as the oxygen, you can just wear a suit. But as far as being out on the surface, 1,000,000%. There's no way around that. No oxygen, water, you're a dead man. Okay, yeah. 3 days water, 7 days food. Yep. Renee V said, I'll send some later, Chris, tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. Appreciate you. Tim Houston, his Ancient Aliens still running. Captain Kirk's Unexplained is on tonight. Yeah, I know. I've watched his every now and then, too, and it's not bad. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's kind of like, here's a perfect example. It's almost like they ran the death out of Ancient Aliens, right? They were doing good. Everything was good. Doing fine. Loved it to talk about the Sakara bird. They're talking about different things. Ancient Sumerians, blah, 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 blah. And like I said, the second they came out with being Sasquatch or Bigfoot or alien, I just went, I'm done. I'm absolutely done. They ran out of things to talk about. They're done. That's all. I appreciate it, Renee V. You said much respect for you, Chris, and Jean. Absolutely. And, I give him nothing but respect, too. He's a hardworking guy, too. Like I said, props always go to people that are, as far as I'm concerned, honest and just trying to bring out the truth, not so much trying to make the money. There's nothing wrong with supporting a channel. I think it's great. Everybody gets supported through it. It helps them. This is the reason why, every time I'm like tickled to death every time somebody says, hey, I'll give you some money, no problem. Because it helps the channel. It really does. I said the first thing I did when I put this thing together, I got 2 computers, 3 screens, got everything together so everything can run smoothly. And like I said, microphones, everything else, and battery backups and everything else. Like I said, we had some heavy storms. I wasn't even going to start that even at 2:30. But I said, well, you get a direct hit on a pole, you pretty much just fried everything you own. But just static in the air is not too bad. So Just the coax coming off the pole itself is automatically grounded into the ground. I got it grounded, ground rod and everything else. So before it even gets into my modem, so that's protected now, not like it was before years ago. And like I said, everything's grounded in here. But again, you get a direct hit, you're pretty much toast. But everything else is good. The power when it went out, I would have had at least, with both computers running, about 45 to 50 minutes. But if I shut that one off, it'll jump up to about an hour, a little over an hour. So, but that's where that money comes in. That's where it helps to, make things better. Like I'm going to do, you see my last video, I was doing the, on Banu, I'm using an AI program, and that's like $100 if I buy it. So it helps me, my work, progress forward. And that's what it's all about, to see if it makes my job a little easy to pull this stuff out. And, if you can get more of the truth out of it, you know what I mean, basically. So that's where it comes in. That's where it makes all the difference. DJ Overtime. He said, "You're great, man. Thanks for the channel. I appreciate it, man. I really do. That's awesome." And you said something about I showed my mama. Haha. Yeah, she watches too now. Oh, that's cool. Say hello to her, and I'm glad you guys jump in there and listen. And good to have other people in there, different people watching. Hey, yo, you said Ancient Aliens suck. I'd rather watch Chris's videos. Well, I mean, at one point, the first season, they were dynamic. These guys were great. I loved it. Couldn't get enough of it. In fact, I got them on, I think it was the first, maybe even the second season I got it all on DVD, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. We can, resort back to it. And like I said, after they started going, as far as I'm concerned, they went stupid. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, aliens, this, and just pulling stuff. Even you as a normal person can go, why would you even deduct that from that? How do you figure like a Sasquatch could be an alien? Well, because he's not it's a rare, we're going to call it a breed. Is it a hybrid or whatever? Okay. Doesn't make it alien. I mean, you don't automatically equate that. Daniel Pizzari, I'm sorry. Do you believe NASA will ever release all pictures of the moon? I think it'll be similar to Mars. I think what's going to happen is I think they already have a moon base on there, but that's beside the point. When they colonize, and they make it legit, I think at some point they're going to go, yeah, there must have been some kind of something in the past that landed here too. It might have been something that, because we're talking about in the near future, that it might have been a craft that was from another country and they just, they sent it out as a probe, and they'll make up something that is not true at all. And it'll be something is actually alien and not actually, human built. And from what I've seen in these photos, absolutely recon mission. No way around it. Recon to the max. They went up there. Oh, we're going to get some soil samples and get some rocks, whatever. They might have done that for the PR move, but as far as what they were really there to do, much more important was a recon mission to go up there and investigate what's on that planet. I've seen things that look like spacecraft, structures, mechanical things, just weird things that should not be on basically a cold rock, our satellite. You know what I mean? This should not be there. 100%. There was something, a civilization at one point, and maybe multiple at one point, living on the moon. So I don't foresee them saying it unless they go, oh, we already colonized the moon. Now later on they'll say, oh, look what we found. Well, because we conquered the moon, we're living there, and you get to see them. Let's say they have it in the news every day. Like, yeah, they just built this, and it's the first live feed from the moon, and then it becomes norm. It's like in the norm now to see like, different, people on the moon and going back, and you can see like they're shuttling back and forth. There's going to be years where they're shuttling back and forth as normal traffic. And then they'll be like, oh, we found this on the moon. We don't know where it came from. People are like, it's kind of ho-hum. Who cares? Because we already conquered it, right? Kind of the same thing with Mars. I just got that. Ricardo, that's pretty funny. But that'll do it. I just got your message, like you said. Yeah, so we'll have to try that again as far as that getting video hooked up and everything else. Definitely. Steve Godwin said in the UK, Ancient Aliens is on Freeview, channel 64. Interesting. Oh, I didn't know that. News Drifter, he said, come on, everyone who knows Bigfoot drives around in flying disc. Damn, there's the secret. We've been thinking all along, guys, just wrong. But, I mean, like I said, I love a good theory. And if somebody throws something at me, I'm going to go, okay, it seems a little far-fetched. Or you accept it by the knowledge you already have, right, to a certain degree. Say, all right, I'm going to do some background check on that, see just if there's any truth to that. Or I might add to what you already know and say, oh, okay, well, it kind of falls right into what my mindset or what they're saying. In other words, there's some truth behind it, okay. But if it seems far-fetched, you just go, okay, whatever, DJ Overtime, he said they won't tell us the truth ever. They won't need to. They don't need to. Well, I mean, at some point they may throw it out there because somebody will see that in a video. Like even back in the day when they were doing the actual one of the missions where they were panning around, and that's when Walter Cronkite was on the news. He was literally saying it. He was literally on their live. He says, "Oh, it seemed to be some kind of block back there or something." He said, and they cut him off. Like 20 seconds went dead or something like that. Completely cut him off, and you can literally see as they panned, there was a big white block in the background. I'm like, what the heck is that? So, and then of course they heard him pan back over to the left. There's a video on YouTube about that. J.G. Beckett, you said lunar surface rich in helium-11 fuel, mining to commence as a lunar base established likely. I think it's helium-3, but the helium-3 is supposed to be abundant, and we can definitely use it. And here's the thing. They know now that there's a lot more water inside these craters and stuff like that, which they can use, right, for fuel. So the more of a water source you can find, the better it is, because obviously you can make more fuel, and you can fly to, because what they want to do is they want to use the moon as a jump-off point to go to Mars, right? So what they'll do is they'll go from here to the moon, fuel up from there, and then take off from the moon, go. Because here's the thing. Taking off from the moon, almost effortless because there's no gravity. And if it is, it's so little, it's not enough to make a difference. Earth, totally different story. Like I said, you got to break 7 miles per second in order to get away from, Earth's gravity. So as far as the moon, hardly any gravitational pull at all. So you can literally just take off with minimal, fuel, and then just right to Mars. Bigfoot is Chewbacca. There you go. Let's see, this thing just jumped at me here. Yep. Those bugs are your friend. I'm just watching you guys go back and forth. It's hilarious. That's pretty good. We had several of those DJ over time. You can look at it. You can just look it up. There's several that I had on there with Billy. He said, I'd love to see a chat with Mars Long. And I've done that where I've actually interviewed him several times. Like I said, we're friends. I've been down at his place and Fort Lauderdale and everything else. And good guy, down to earth. I mean, he's everywhere. He's just everywhere. But, yeah, down to earth, no pun intended. But, good guy. I mean, period. We just chatted up and stuff like that. And about the different things that, knowledge that we both know, and it's just crazy stuff. You can come up with like, oh, maybe that's a possibility. I didn't even think of that. You know what I mean? Put some brains together, man. Yeah, there's a couple of them on there that I've done. In fact, like I said, if you guys haven't voted for me yet, I'll put the link down at the bottom. As far as the best anomaly hunter, you can check it out. I'll drop a link down there so you guys can check it out yourself, because it's supposed to be by the end of this month. And here's the thing, like I said, he's offered me to come down there to the first ever like award show, and I can't get down there. Being at work and stuff like that. And everybody wants, you know how it is. July is everybody wants a vacation and stuff like that. I can't get it until August, so I'm kind of screwed. But you guys can vote for me and say, yes, number one, baby. Anyway, I'm going to jump off this bad boy anyway. I'm getting hungry. And we have actually went pretty far with this thing, which is awesome. Because to me, it's like, it's been so long. It's nice to be able to talk with you guys and stuff like that. Again, it's been so darn long, so it's good to be able to just chat it up, even if it's not. I mean, we covered quite a bit as far as these signals, the UFO video. And I love the idea there was no deception in that, but there would have been a deception if I just showed you the one video, which most people would do. And I think, like I said, a lot of them are bogus. So when I showed you the second one, even they were like dumbfounded, like, yeah, it's got a repeating thing going on, motion. Yeah, well, there you go. So anyway, I'm going to let you all go before I completely lose my voice and it's getting dry. That's what happens when you're a windbag. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so I'm going to let you all go. Thanks for being here. I do appreciate it, and all the support you guys give me. I don't care what kind of support. It's awesome, and I do appreciate it. Like I said, we're going to try to stay on the videos. If we can get everybody to work in my job so I can get time away, I'm going to try to make more videos and definitely keep the Saturday, these kind of podcasts going as well. So I'll try to keep you guys more informed, because I know some of you are probably going, what the hell happened? Where did he go? And I don't want that to happen. I want you guys to know I'm still here. So we're going to try our best to try to get in another rhythm, keep the Saturdays like we've been doing. Obviously if anything changes, I can't be on or whatever, I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of what's going on, because it's like, I know sometimes I haven't been doing that, and that's what sucks. Because everybody's like, where did he go? But anyway, I'll let you guys go. If you guys haven't hit that thumbs up, please do so before you leave. Appreciate it. And leave some comments down below. Tell me what you thought about the actual live podcast. Be curious, and it helps the actual, it helps the channel when people, thumbs up and all kinds of comments and stuff like that. It's just awesome. Even if it said, oh man, great one. It's just cool. So anyway, I'll let everybody go. Stay safe, especially with this crazy weather. I appreciate everybody being here. You guys are awesome. Much love for all of you. And like I said, all of the support I get is just overwhelming, and I appreciate it. I really do. That's from my heart. And that's what keeps me going, because it's a hobby too, because I want to get on there and I want to see what's in these photos. And like I said, I got one coming up that Jean Ward had done about those, because I've done it before too, about those fruits, weird things that look like giant fruits. So I've got that. I've got, trying to think, there's another moon one. So we're going to try to knock these out. And I got another Martian one, which is really weird. It just come out, these photos, and I'm thinking, I don't know why that looks so much like water. Let the cat out of the bag. But anyway, we'll let you guys know. I'm going to try to get these together soon. So with that, I'm going to let everybody go. Thanks for everybody being here. And transmission will end shortly. But what's the time, is it? We'll let it go another 5 minutes. We'll let you guys chat it up, and then we're going to just go ahead and shut off the feed. So everybody, have a great weekend. Be safe. Much love. We'll talk to you soon. Peace. We'll see you all later. Be good. Be safe. We'll see you soon. Oh, yeah. Ooh, feedback. All right. All right, folks. We're going to shut her down. Everybody have yourself a good one. Like I said, stay healthy. Be good. See you soon. Peace. And we out.